Good afternoon, everybody. How are we doing? It is good to see you all. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday. Hope you're enjoying. Let's add this pinned message for the drops campaign so no one gets confused, including me. I would never obviously get confused. Let's see, unpin end of the stream. And we can do this button, we can do live. And then I can press this button. Hello, everyone. How are you doing? It is great to see you all. Hello to all of you. Go through and start saying some hellos. Hello to John. Hello, Balthazar. Hello, Chorus. Hello, Elklaw. Good afternoon to you guys. Hello, Charon. Good to see you. Hello, Smallmite. Hi, Spectre. How's it going, buddy? Good to see you, dude. Delchant, I've done the ping in the Discord server. Yes, I did the ping in the Discord server. I had to think then. Hello, Sylvan. How are you doing? Hello, the Haunted Leo. My fave tea, the Long Island iced tea, clearly. The most effective of all the teas, certainly. I've never managed to get drunk from normal tea. Nope. Depresso, thank you so much for the tier 3 sub. Let me add you to the bottom of this marine so that I can be sure that you are getting the properly painted model. Ow. That's a whole getting older thing. Thank you so much, Cresso. You're an absolute legend, dude. I really appreciate the tier 3. Oh, okay. Well, there's apparently a mini boss on me. I'm just going to leave that. That's fine. Thank you so much, Cresso, for the tier 3. I've added you to the bottom of that, so when I paint that, I will be able to keep you in mind. I'm still getting attacked here, which is very rude. Fine. I didn't even have my mount, so I couldn't run around. How are you all doing? Let's keep saying hellos. Hello, Sindri. Hello, Private Jaws. How are you guys doing? Hello, Wig. Hello, Cherry. Cherry, the 80 stream streak is huge. Thank you so much for that. You're an absolute legend. I'm glad you're enjoying the music as well. Hello to Cocoa Pebbles, to Captain Davy Jones, to Taruon. I'm just struggling with words today, apparently. Hello, Veginator, Doggy Dog. How's it going, LCF? Hello, Chorus. Hello again to all of you. It is indeed the Wednesday, my dudes. Hello, Neroden. Hello, Pan. Hello, Bracknagard. How are you doing? Again, drunk from normal tea? Not personally. Oh, you might be doing tea wrong. Hello, Just Eric. It is good to see you, buddy. Hi, Chicago. It's going well, thank you. Yeah, I've had a good day so far. Went out for lunch with a friend. It was very, very nice. We're not missing GlueTubers. GlueTube's already live, Balthazar. When you said that, Just Eric has already spoken in YouTube. Ooh. Rare mob. Oh, it's depleted. I think I already harvested that. We are doing good, thank you. Hello, Axel Rankin. Hello, Delchant. Hello, Forrester Marty. Indeed, a ping I actually remembered. See, I can remember sometimes. I'm very organized, you see. Hello, Rucci, buddy. Good to see you, dude. How is it going today on this lovely Wednesday? Halfway through the week. On our road to the weekend, which is going to be nice for many people. Weather's lovely here in the UK. I know that will surprise many of you, but we do actually get nice weather. We just don't tell people so they don't come and visit. That's the trick. It's all part of our big brain thinking. We don't want anyone to come and visit and, you know, get in the way. Gross. Who would want that, honestly? We tell everyone it's raining all the time, actually, when it's not. Any group dungeons on the rise? Yeah, I mean, I don't have a plan to do it now, but if someone gets a group together and tells me where to go, I could do a group dungeon. I don't see a reason why not. I'm just currently gathering some more resources so that we can keep pushing our gathering points up because, you know, I need to maintain my position as the maximum gatherer. Apparently, I'm the biggest sweat gatherer. 111k of gathering. Ooh. So that means that I know that in terms of our rewards, what we're working towards, which is this button, haha. So earn fame from gathering all of these. The fame that I've earned from gathering all of this stuff is what's going into some of these and therefore going into our guild points. Does it stack while you're gathering? Any fame gathered while gathering these tier 2 to tier 5s or the tier 6 plus. I might see if I can. I can't actually harvest any. I keep on thinking, I really want to go for harvesting tier 6. I can't harvest tier 6 yet. I need to do more thieving, killing, and mining extortion of resources. I'm doing all right. Thank you, Doggy Dog. How are you doing? You haven't been around a lot? It's okay. I never require people to be here. I know how it is. There are many, many better streamers out there than me. I don't blame you whatsoever. But I just appreciate it when you do come back. It's just always nice to see people. So thank you very much for being here, bud. D5, yeah. I mean, I can harvest tier 5 of all the resources, yes. Free XP, don't mind and loot if I do. My streamer called work is very important. Yep, yep. Cats would wear glasses like that. I'd be honest with you, I agree. Brittle Revenant? People are fighting up top. Life be life, and he'd rather be a potato. I think being a potato would be surprisingly okay. Oh, did you get murked? Wig Diddley, thank you so much for the tier 3 resub. You're an absolute legend. Let's not die here. That would be a bad move. Let's just do this for a second while they're thinking about what they're doing. Nope, nope. That AoE is rough. I'll have to get up in 9 minutes. 13 seconds? Oh, maybe because I was still in combat. The guy hadn't died yet, that's why. The leaderboard's still on screen? I knew that. I'm very clearly a pro streamer. I know you know it's a bit stupid to buy new tools and repair your tools. It depends on what tier you're at. It's not always true, Denver. Clearly, a very pro streamer who knows exactly what they're doing. I should just pay attention to my health while I'm fighting an actual boss that's, you know, not my tier, actually. I'm higher tier than this now. I was just triple reading. Exactly. I was just making real careful that I knew what the points were. I just really like harvesting resources. I don't know why. I just like seeing the number go up. That's what it is. I think it's just number go up, brain chat. I don't think I'm at fault. I think it's fair to like number go up when it comes to loot in games. Like, that's kind of... Some people play games for the storyline. Some people play games for the loot. I play the game for both. That's what I was doing. Balthazar, just reaching down for it. That's the wrong one. What? I definitely had 12 of those. And we've currently written on 8 of them. The rest of them aren't in the box. Hello, Taffine, how are you doing? That's right. Wig Diddley. Where am I looking? There. There we go. Good afternoon, Tiny Savosky. How are you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Oh, there. There we go. That can go. There we go. Put that down. Otherwise, I'm just left holding a random miniature that I don't have a home for yet. You are doing? Well, doing is better than not doing. I'm glad that you are doing. It's just lovely to see you, Tiny. Just always nice to see you, buddy. Okay, let's just drop off all of this stuff that I found. Am I going to go killing or am I going to go... What's my goal? Those are all fine. Let's grab all of these that are unclaimed. Claim all. The good thing about grinding crafting is you also gather a lot of resources. There is that too. I should probably do some crafting at some point, but I'm saving that for now. What have we got here? Boss in a corrupted dungeon on Hunter difficulty. Antiquarian's Den in Royal Cities. You may encounter enemy players. See, that's the scary part. I'm not sure how good we are already for PvP yet. This is the one I'm kind of working on. Weapon Specialist node to level 30, so we can see what's actually in here. At the moment, because we're still early game, that's kind of been the focus. Interesting. I had to do a tier 3 solo expedition, apparently. Can do that now. It'll be quick. Lumberjack tome. Okay. Save that. Let's see. Tomes of Learning are always nice. Tome of Insight. More Tomes of Insight. I can't remember where I got all that stuff from now. It's kind of overwhelming. Hey, yo, time invested in Albion so far. Thoughts? I'm about 15 hours in, and I've really enjoyed it so far, I'll be honest with you. I like the gathering elements of it quite a lot. The PvE and leveling up is quite peaceful. I think the issue that Albion runs into is that there's just so much choice on what you do. Oh, you only get knocked down in those? Oh, okay, that's really good to know, actually, Flynn. Thank you. I don't mind doing those if you only get knocked down. I just don't want to lose all my gear. That's my risk, and I don't necessarily know what will risk that or doesn't. Am I planning on mini painting stream soon? Yes. Once I've finished doing some of the stuff IRL outside of work, I'll have a bit more time to be doing like YouTube and Kick streams in mini painting. I'll keep the gaming on Twitch because that's just generally kind of an easier way of balancing the stats on things. No, good to hear the feedback. Too much choice in careers, activities, buddy making? I mean, yeah, you can just do anything. Everything is kind of fun and everything kind of works. So it's almost difficult to know what to do when. And some of that's like just choosing a path, I guess, which can be a bit fatiguing for some people. But I'm really enjoying it so far. I think the game's really solid. I was saying to someone I was actually like surprisingly impressed by the game. Which is always a nice thing to be able to say, to be honest with you. I was sorted into my EVE Online house, so interesting. The bed gives 200, so you're actually not having... Oh, you are having the table met. Okay. Trophy's only giving 10, but we could still give him some journals. Okay, I think I have some. What does the gamer sorting hat look like? It's invisible, and when you... It's a bit like when you when you get your first like tool set, you get sorted into the, you know, houses by the color of the drill set that you get. That's how that works. Novice Prospector, Novice Stonecutter. Let's go see these. How big is the community? There's like 1 million players plus Phoebus, I think, still each month for this game. So it's still quite a popular game. Let's do Novice Prospector. And they're gone. You were sorted into House Ryobi. There you go. See, House Ryobi, House Bosch. You've got a few of them. I think in America there's like House Milwaukee and all kinds of them. What's the yellow one? And Milwaukee is red. What's the yellow one? DeWalt, that's the one. Yeah, yellow is DeWalt. Green, like that, like kind of light lime green. That's Ryobi. I know that. That's the interchangeable battery electric house. That's, you know, they're the cool environmental kids. You see. Thanks, Doggo Vision. You're well. Yeah, that's probably a moment there for you, JB. To be fair. Yeah, yeah. Hello, PC Tech. How are you doing? Hello, Haunted Leo. What color is my Temu tools? I don't know. What color are the tools when they arrive? What color are Temu branded tools? What color? Yes. Ah, okay. When I was working as a window fitter, we always used Makita. You've witnessed a high-level gather mining entire one node in less than a second. It was beautiful and terrifying. Demnar, I long for that level of resource consumption. There's a part of me, deep in my heart, that longs to mine an iron node in less than a second. The sheer consumption of resources is immaculate. It is inspiring, Demnar. Inspiring. Team blue and yellow. Thanks, Roland. Appreciate you, bud. Right. If I go to the map, I would like to go to the yellow tier 6 area. I want to see what that's like. So I need to go west, west, west? No. Mawar Gorge, Tharkle Fissure. Already Ken Darg? I don't think there's a direct line from Tharkle Fissure to Ken. Or I can go up to Ken Cloch. Or Calder Fissure. Oh yeah, Pengen into Pen Garden to Calder Fissure might work. That gives me the options of 2 tier 6 areas and a tier 5. So if I go this way, am I going to become king of the miners again? I don't want to get caught into my Eve mining career, but it's so easily done. Like, we'll just quickly run this dungeon first, though. Hang on. Heretics, vile traitors who refuse to bow down to our king. Gotcha. That was a bit rude of that, to be fair. Deranged poachers. Okay, got to kill 4 of those, 5 fire starters, and the deranged overseer. Oh no, my health. It's so damaged. This is a tier 3 one, which I'm only running because I've got a mission. I need to do one of each tier by those things. I did a tier 5 the other day. I'm likely needing to do a tier 3, then a tier 4, but this is going to be a kind of a cakewalk because I'm in tier 6 gear. I've kind of massively over-leveled. Maxed out gathering, I've been back for 15 months. How's the game treating you? I'm really liking it all of a sudden. I've only got my gathering up to adept for all of them apart from fisherman. I've got all of them up to this apart from... I could do fisherman today. It's probably the last one that we need to do and get 7,000 fame from it. But I'm actually really enjoying the game. I really like the resource harvesting. I love gathering. It's great fun. I mean, like it's completely normal and probably healthy to take a break from the game. Though, like if you've played Albion before and you've not enjoyed it or you've wanted to take a break, good for you. Take a break. The early grind is fantastic. Oh no, all of a sudden, what am I getting myself in for? The fishing minigame is just stressful enough to keep me into it. Oh no, Delchant is fish maxing. 8 years. When you say the early grind, the early 8... yes, the early 8 years grind. I know it well. I'm going to be honest with you, my man. I don't think 8 years is the early grind. I would say personally, 8 years more than the early grind. Maybe mid game. 8 years mid game. Hello, Blade Punner. How are you doing, dude? It is good to see you. Like the Division 2 early grind being amazing. I think the Division 2 grind holds up nowadays. I haven't gone back to Division for a little while. I think if you've got a good group of people to play with, Division can be really, really fun. So like when Division gets an update, I think they're currently working on a bunch of cool elements from Division 1 that they want to bring into Div 2, like survival mode. I'm down for that. I'm interested in that with a group of friends. Think it could be good fun just to mess our way through the snow. Right, are there any additional ads here? No, I could just absolutely bypass that boss though, which would be very funny. I'm not going to. I would have thought that was the deranged overseer. I like how you've said the new update is a super slog, and then the next person is, I've been hearing it's in a really good place right now. I love the dichotomy of news about games at the moment. It's good, but it's also terrible. I have no idea how it will be. It depends on what it is that you like about Division, I think. I think Division 2 was a step away from Division 1. I really like Division 1 more, I think, but I'm glad they seem to be trying to bring back some of those elements since Division 2, from what I've heard. So I'm looking forward to the future of the game, really. It'll all depend on what it is that you do and don't enjoy. Like, for some people, oh yeah, more loot sounds like a good thing. For some people, more loot doesn't sound like a good thing because the loot they want is, they don't want more of the loot. They just want better loot, which is different. So some people want different things for a game, and that's normal. The story is what you didn't like for Division 2. I'm going to be honest with you, I've lost track of the Division 2 story. All the seasons and stuff, and who's good and who's bad, I've just kind of lost track. Like, did Feilau betray us? Did she not? There's been like 16 seasons or something since, so I have no idea what's going on. Do this. Nice. Getting close to the end of the dungeon. Div turned you off when you had to empty 4 mags on an enemy. That sounds about right. The hardcore mode they added is a lot better. Ooh. Is a hardcore mode kind of like more like realistic health? Is that what it is? The realism mode now is kind of nice. Interesting. Do this. Go down here. Do the boss. Oh, the boss is a bunch of ads. Okay, that's helpful. Always clear out the boss's ads first. It makes sense, right? Is he just standing in place? It's very convenient for my Holy Smite skill. I mean, this is only a tier 3 dungeon, so it is kind of a cakewalk. There you go. That's that quest done. Ooh, the Overseer is dead. Whereas the HP but weapons become progression you unlock with your rank. Interesting. So it's not people who like the wacky guns. So you'll start off with some real basic weaponry, is what you're saying there. Interesting. Cool. Okay. Forgetting how my character worked. Let's do this. Yeah, I don't know. Something like the wacky guns are part of the fun of Division, but at the same time, like a realism mode could actually be really compelling. I really didn't like how bullet spongy enemies got by the end game, because you would spend like hundreds of rounds on an enemy and it'd be like, but I'm a raid boss, so you can shoot me 1,000,000 times in the legs and I'll survive. It's just, it stops being fun. They're just bullet sponges for bullet sponging reasons. As you advance, you unlock other weapons and accessories, more limited ammo too, and less ammo in the wild. Interesting. I can see it being fun, that's for sure. Like, I can see that being fun. I mean, how long does it take to go through that progression tree? Were the raids any good in Div 2? Yeah, they were all right. I mean, the raids in Division were always kind of bullet, spongy, tanky enemies. Where am I going? I'm going to... I hope everyone's having a better day than I am. Got home after work and got stuck in the car for almost 3 hours. Geez, dude, I'm glad that you're not stuck in the car anymore, but I hope that you can rest up and look after yourself, dude. Jeez, that doesn't sound great. Are you all right? Like... You've got to make your shots count. You really like to compare to the base game, so it feels a bit more like survival. It sounds like in this realism mode, you need to have a lot more strategy, yes. A Spooder? Who knows, Mirror? It could be a Spooder. We never know. I feel like Tibetan wouldn't probably get trapped in their car for 3 hours by just one spider. I feel like it would need to be an army of them. You know, like fully armed, in uniform, singing spider battle musics about how all 6 of their arms swing while they march. Because obviously 2 of them had to touch the ground at all times. How big's the Spooder? That is true. There are some pretty big Spooders out there. But some of the big Spooders are kind of friendly. If I understand Australia right, the biggest Spooders are actually friendly Spooders. But they are like trash can lid size. So... They have horror stories about them? Well, we don't need those horror stories. Nothing personal, but I think we're okay without that. Hey, Sindri, you can't say that about people from other countries. That's very rude. Don't give anyone any ideas. You'd need to get rid of all of Australia, and that's just like even weaponry can't do that. You're gonna need emus. You need lots of emus for that. That's... Not a spider, your brain saying no to transitions. Oh, transitioning from the work to home, so now you're just going to bed? Fair. Run out spoons, my man. It happens. It's difficult. You've only got so much mental energy in a day, and if you do just get reach a point when you're that drained, it can be difficult. Yeah, I know how that is. Rough logs, it's not pine. Inquisition, call out the exterminate. Well, I mean, if you think about it, if a Tyranid invasion was going to start anywhere in the world, you'd probably choose Australia, right? That's the kind of life forms and bioforms you'd want to merge with to try and cause maximum threat. That and the sea. I would love more aquatic Tyranids. Or Florida? Yeah, true. Lots of... I mean, at that point, you're going to end up with just like the lizard men from Warhammer Fantasy, from the old world. Here we go. Into the tier 6 zone. Gene Stealers would explain Florida, man. Quartermaster Flynn, what if I told you that from my understanding of Americans, and I've been told this by quite a few people, The only reason that Florida Man is as popular as it is because of the way that Florida reports their criminal matters or their legal matters. Those same behaviors apparently happen in like loads of other places in the US as well. They're just too embarrassed to admit it. And I'd believe that. There might not actually be something special about Florida that makes people crazy. It might just be everyone in the world. And that's why we stay inside and play games. Oh, wait, no. Oh, no. Florida is its own special crazy. You have to be. Where, like, the average reptile is larger than a human. Like, yeah, I feel like you have to be a special kind of crazy. Florida is the mirror to the rest of the country, yes? Okay. Oh, I can't mine uncommon titanium. The new one. Little bit of column A, little bit of column B, Charon. You married a Florida man? Before or after he was in the paper? Sorry, they were in the paper, I get. I feel like you become a true Florida man the moment that you've been named as a Florida man by the paper. Before that, you're just like a Florida man in training. A Florida man at arms. A Florida squire, you know. The Marines mostly got the Florida man at home. That, to be fair, yeah, military discipline will probably do that. So the lowest tier of like resources that I'm finding here is basically tier 4, which is what I can harvest. That's good to know. Let's try and find an enemy mob to see what the difficulty in this area is. Ooh. Okay, summoner mobs by standard. A lot of damage. Okay. Not to mess around. Why are you glowing? How much health do you have? Merciless Suppressor. Well, I'm brave. It's not fair. How come your arrows are allowed to home? That seems like cheating. Okay, quite a lot of silver you get for that. 1,500 silver per kill on one of those. Runite ore. Is this tier 6 ore? Ooh. It's orange and shiny, chat. Oh. Every so often he does something that makes me go, ah, yes, there it is. There's the Florida. That sounds about right, Mirror. I can believe that. I wish I could be the fly on the wall for one of those moments when you're just like looking at him being like, why are you so Florida? I feel like that's a real special like face for you. Where I am, we just say Florida's special for 2 things, Disney World and crazy. That's just Disney World. Florida has a snakehead problem. I don't know what that means. Florida aspirant, exactly, Age of Cromulence. Yeah, you know what's up. It's basically what it is. I aspire to the mantle of Floridian. You think after 21 years together, you no longer be surprised, but no, that's how you know that you've got a great partner, right? That even after that time, they still keep you on your toes. They challenge you and encourage you to grow, Mirror. That's what that is. That's the marketing way of putting that, right? It's an invasive predatory fish from Asia. Okay, well, I will agree that you're allowed to be annoyed about those invasive predatory fish from Asia if I'm allowed to be annoyed about the invasive squirrels from America. They're so boring and grey. Give us the beautiful, like, red squirrels back. Why? Them grey squirrels. Whoa. Hello, main donut. Welcome on in, buddy. To be fair, we're also annoyed about them. Why'd you make them our problem? Your North American squirrels are... Winky, they are not. The North American squirrel pales in comparison to the majesty of the Great British Red Squirrel. Like, look at this. Why would you want horrible grey squirrels when you can have awesome red squirrels with ear tufts? Look at the ear tufts. Look at them. Powerful. Powerful and red. Red is better. Every orc knows this. The red squirrel is a more powerful... Greg is a red squirrel. His squirrel coating is red, not grey. He's not old enough to be a grey squirrel yet, Winky. I'm not quite sure the substance is that stark, but yeah, this is the big statistic one. Like 1945, grey squirrels just a bit in the south, and then if you're in the south, the only place you can really see them is the Isle of Wight. I think Brownsea Island, which is off of Poole, also has them. That's a whole thing. So yeah, the squirrels they're dangerous. Don't do it. Zoom out of my browser window so I don't know, insult my own eyes. Chat, the ads are about to start. As you may or may not know, I pause for ads because I have a back issue and I need to go do my stretches about every 45 minutes. Otherwise, I end up moderately more crippled each day. As a result, I don't want anyone to miss the content. I pause where I can. This is an MMO, so I won't always be able to pause, but I can just plot my character in a reasonably safe spot here and hope for the best. So I will be taking just a quick AFK during the ads. Those so we don't have pre-rolls. No one likes pre-rolls on Twitch. During that time, please do make sure that you're grabbing yourself a drink, grabbing yourself a snack, taking your meds, getting your laundry out the dryer. I know, contemplating the great orb in the sky, touching grass, all those things that you need to do. But take it from me, look after your back. You only get one of them, and they are not pleasant when they go wrong. So make sure that you're unscrungling, unshrimping, whatever it is that you may call it. Remember that your posture shouldn't look like a crescent moon. That's not the good posture. So don't do that to your lumbar spine. It's just generally frowned upon. You don't love yourself. No one wants pre-rolls on Twitch, man. Pre-rolls are awful. My bat's been age 60 since 15. Oh yeah, I started when mine was 12. So, whoop. Hello, everybody. I am back. Apologies for that. Here I am. How are we doing? Good to see you. Oh, excuse me. You shouldn't be sitting in a G shape either. That's also a bad move. Don't do that. That's real bad. Like, that's... A G shape is not the one. You're gonna have like your feet like... You'd be like a mermaid, but like, whoa, that's just... No, that's just... Don't do that. I can't even imagine a spine that's going to work in that kind of configuration. Please don't do that to yourself. A capital G is maybe doable, but a lowercase G, I just don't know how that... You're going to have to like bend your knees forward or something. Whoa. Yeah, no, let's just not. Let's just move on from that thought. Okay. How much health do you have? Pikeman Recruit? Not very much. 1,000 fame. The Occultist is probably more of a difficult enemy because it does the summoning. Okay, so they die when the Occultist dies, but they persist for a couple of seconds afterwards. After the death animation finishes. Oh. Iron. Braknagard, no, plus no. Don't do that. Your spine shouldn't look like that. I'm just going to be really honest with you. That's the whole thing. Like, your spine should never be like a G shape. I'm not a doctor, but like, my man, if you think your spine might be G shaped, go and see someone immediately. Like, please, for everyone's sake. That's a death portal. Let's not go through that. Go and have an explore of this little area over here. I mean, the tier 6 areas are definitely like just camped by people who are harvesting all of the tier 6 resources. That just kind of makes sense. It's safe and also, you know, this stuff is worth quite a lot of money in game, so why wouldn't you? I can't harvest that, but that's tempting. That would be nice. Probably worth quite a lot. Just switch to guild chat or party chat. Ooh, I'll take the uncommon iron though. Trying to figure out which letter most resembles your spine when I'm reasonably comfortable and low pain. Probably a J. I feel like a J is a reasonable aspiration. If you're a merman. Or a mermaid. With or without the T-bar? Without the T-bar. Unless you want a T-pose, in which case, like... As a merman, kind of... Yeah, you know, a T-posing merman. There you go. J-shaped. The doctor looks at the scan. My god, it's Aquaman. He's T-posing in the MRI machine. Okay, well, I'm going to take this then. This is mine. I can't harvest this quickly. He's definitely a higher level than we are. Yeah, not exactly a low-level player. Not just Jabe, because it's decapitation. Do you guys not have the hovering neck DLC yet? It might just be me, my bad. If you achieve an I, something's gone horribly wrong, or you visited France in the wrong time period. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I don't really want to go into the mist here, because I don't feel like it will actually be safe. Okay, well, you're probably going to chase me. Go this way. Wait, can I harvest? Dye flowers now? Oh, I haven't done this before. That there. That there, I guess. That will work. Is there a cat-like steed? Yes, there is, Jackson Town. Yeah, there's a cat-like steed. They're called Swift Claws. They're like saber-tooth tigers. You can also get, like, wolves and other things as well. I'm just choosing this one because it's actually... The reason this one is quite good is, A, it was quite a good price for the speed it was and the tier it was, but it doesn't have a gallop speed. Mounts have a base speed, which is when you start running, then after a certain number of seconds, they switch to a gallop speed. That gallop speed, obviously being faster, means that after let's say 5 seconds, you'll be going much faster. This doesn't have a gallop speed, but it starts at 110% of speed, and always is at 110. So it doesn't have a gallop, but it's always at max speed. So it's great for me if I'm just moving around through areas, stopping and starting, which is kind of how I move. How tanky is it? They take a... if you're running away from enemies in a fast mount, you don't tend to stick in one place long enough, other than if you're caught by a CC, I guess. But even then, I'm using the Hell Spinner right now. But it's got 956 health, whereas my Ox has 1,200. The Ox is quite tanky, like takes quite a lot to kill, so it's not bad. But I'm going to be honest with you, tankiness hasn't been one of the things I've been considering when I've been thinking about what mount I want to be using. Most mount consideration for me comes down to the mount's speed. It looks like it has armor. It's just the spider look, really. It's the like the kind of outer carapace, but like lava-y hellishness. It's like a demon spider. Although it moves a little bit more like a scorpion, with an extra set of legs. Sometimes. Same here. Yeah, so I don't necessarily know if, like... I don't know what... If you're wanting tanky mounts, maybe is that what the war mounts are for? Like, the siege mounts? Demon Spider was the nickname your wife gave you? That's not a good nickname for your wife to give you, my man. You don't want that, Blade Punner. Why? It still is, but it was. Why? Like, there needs to be there has to be a story behind this, because I don't see how getting called Demon Spider is a compliment from your partner. I just don't. Scorpions have 8 legs as well. Doesn't have the front claws. I mean, Tibbets, no. That's what I mean. There's no like snips. They're both arachnids. This doesn't have the snips. You know, that's what the technical term is on a scorpion, the snips. Of course. Obviously, as a scorpion expert, I would know that. I definitely just forgot the word pincers. My bad. And everyone knows that when it comes to pincered creatures, the crabs are the most powerful of all of them. That's why I'm excited for the game. Everything is crab coming out at some point. Salamanders are better. Why do you like salamanders, and why do you think they're better than crabs? Pet says, I'm new. What's a giant circle around your mounts? Bonus harvest area. So, most mounts have additional carry weight. So max load plus 2 tons. This one doesn't. So this one you won't really see any benefit of going outside the circle. But outside of the circle, this will desummon. If I switch... So you can see I'm currently at 73% encumbered up here. If I switch my mount to the Ox, which is designed for carrying larger loads, my 73% load as a character is actually 9% character weight with the Ox. So if I hop off the Ox, as long as I'm inside the radius of this Ox circle, it's actually my inventory capacity is 9%. If I go outside of it, the Ox despawns and my 73% takes over. Once my inventory is full and I'm at like 900%, I won't be able to move. Why crabs? Because carcinization. Crabs have basically like evolved separately so many times that crabs are apparently just like an evolutionary like certainty. And it has an invis passive. Which one? The ore harvesting one. Mobs don't attack it by default unless you're on the mount. Salamander has invis passive. I have absolutely no idea. I've not looked at that. It's new, is it? Okay. It would explain why I've seen so many people running around on the back of lizards. It would be that the lizard I've seen is a salamander, and that the salamander is overpowered and cool. That would make sense. I would see that being a thing. Oh.
Lizard.
Interrupted. Don't mind if I do. Even Winter Bear is good. I mean, I'm pretty happy with my tier 5 Oxen Health Spinner right now, but I don't know the game. This is what I mean. Like I've put hints and tips welcome. If you've played this game and you know, you've got tips and ideas, I'm always welcome to I'm always happy to hear them. The faction mounts are crazy now. Well, see, I don't know, because if we encounter any creatures that's non-Earth biology, so I don't know if off of Earth that you would also evolve crabs as a primary evolution. Don't really need that iron. How are we doing on inventory value? Yeah. Go have a look around. Nope. Okay, the tier 6 area is really heavily looted. I'm not too surprised, I'm going to be honest with you. It makes sense. It's going to be the most busy area to make money in. Every single time one of these runite is finished, it's almost instantly harvested, I would imagine. How's my day been? My day has been very, very alright. Thank you, Kairuke. How has yours been? Oopsie, hello. The first sprint's been pretty good, yeah. So we're now kind of 3 days into Albion. I've learned a few lessons. I've made a few mistakes, which has been, it's been a good experience to do. I broadly understand the game, and I understand how much there is to the game now, because boy, there's a lot to this game, and like there's a lot of choice over what you do. That's, I think, the things people will struggle with inside of Albion, is knowing actually like where do I start / what do I do. Okay, I'm stuck on terrain. Nice. See, can I harvest this? You're a full node? No, you're only one. You think bear is much cheaper and much better for gathering in black zones? See, yeah, I've not been into a black zone yet. I don't trust them. Work is work, not bad overall. Have I gathered enough to max out your mount yet? What do you mean by max out my mount? Oh no, I've never gotten to 100% on the ox, no. Why do you ask, Demnar? I've gotten to over 100% on the spider. Not on the ox. Jackson Town, it sounds like you've played this game quite a bit. It sounds like you're quite knowledgeable. Played for the first time last night, went to a solo dungeon. Another player came up behind me inside a dungeon and ended up taking one of the treasure chests of loot. What's the deal with that? As far as I understand it, when you enter one of those open world dungeons, other people can potentially invade it for up to 90 seconds afterwards, I think it is. Because it tells you that the door is closed, so people can't follow you in and, like, contest it. So I guess you can wait near the entrance for 90 seconds, and as long as no one else joins, you can just push in, and otherwise you can just leave, I think is what people were suggesting to me in chat. But if I'm wrong, someone will correct me, and I'll be able to give you the correct info now. So if you hold on a second, I'm sure someone like Forrester Marty or someone else in chat will tell me that I'm an idiot. That sums it up. Sweet, there you go. Yeah, you enter 90 seconds after you go in. You're best to wait so you avoid being ganked if you're in a red zone. There you go. Once people tell me, like, why I'm doing something in a game, I generally can pick it up quite quickly, so I'm glad my understanding isn't totally idiotic. But I am new, so please do forgive me if I make something wrong. Make something wrong? Okay, apparently make something wrong is words make wrong. Apologies. Bame's non's having a stronk and needs a bondulance. Red zone, black zone. Okay, so on the map, you have all of these areas. This blue means safe area, no PvP at all. Yellow area means some PvP. But when you get PvP, if you do get PvP'd and you have to flag for it, and if you do, you drop down, you don't drop items. Red zones are PvP where you drop stuff. I think your gear. And black zones, you drop everything. I don't actually know what the difference between a red zone and the black zones are in terms of the dropping mechanics. Red zones are PvP enabled, I believe. Yes, they are like the low sec areas of space that you would get in Eve. Low security. Please do forgive me if I'm wrong, Weebinko. I don't know quite all of the game just yet. A bit like Eve. Like, if I went into Eve as a new player, I'd have no idea where to start, so it's the same kind of principle, really. It's a very, very deep game. There's an awful lot to it. I mean, just looking at the Destiny board and how much there actually is once you get out to the outer edges, there's an incredible number of nodes. Like, our character doesn't even know what a sword is. Like, what's this? A broadsword? Never heard of her. Plate mail armor? Never. We did use leather armor, at least temporarily, for like 10 minutes. Do I know what that is? Bow and arrow? No. All mage, all priest power for the healer powers. Red zones are PvP full loop. If you go in, you can see how many players are flagged for PvP. So it's red zones are null sec and black zones are wormhole space. Is the analogy there then? Do you only get a limited number of skill points, or can you branch out anything? So you don't get skill points in the same way. The Destiny board is unlocked by doing that activity. So, for example, if I wanted to unlock a bow, the requirements are to kill creatures of tier 2 plus with a novice bow equipped. And you need 5,000 fame for that. Fame is basically XP. So, for example, I'm leveling up my armor at all times just by gaining XP while having this one equipped. Same with using the priest staff, which I can, in 10 levels time, use tier 7, which will be kind of wild. Yeah, with time, you can unlock everything. Like, We've unlocked tier 7 horses, etc., and capes, but the top tier of that, tier 8, is still 6 million XP away. So that's a lot. That's a lot of killing mobs to get there. Gathering wise, we're still very early on. We're not even at expert yet, so we can harvest tier 4 and tier 5, but I can't harvest tier, tier 5 special and tier 6. Tier 6 special and tier 7, and tier 7 special tier 8, and then whatever the... I'm guessing the specialized tier 8 is all the way out here. That's a huge amount of gathering. Considering that all the gathering we've done, we're only about 50% of our way to expert ore miner. So basically it's about the amount of time you spend doing the activity is what gives you unlocks, which I quite like, because if you really want to, you could just sit in town all day and just refine and just do that. If you really wanted to, you could just go and refine things all day long. That could be your job, and that could be the way that you progress. And don't get me wrong, there are lots of things in the game, like activities and stuff that you can do, like these challenges. So, for example, by enlist with a faction of choice to unlock unique rewards, I can do that. You've got things like the Albion Journal, so I can unlock, some extra rewards by knowing what to do. The game does help you along somewhat, but there's an awful lot to it. There you go, so I'll claim this, my daily bonus, which is quite nice. And if I can get more of these challenge points, then I'll unlock a Black Panther mount, which is real cool. And also the Avatar Ring Hunter Challenge, which is, just a ring around my, my avatar, which is nice. And you'll see that you can go back and, if you claim your March ones, if you don't claim your March ones in time, you can go back and get them the month before. You actually like how it works? It's kind of like RuneScape. Yeah, it's very RuneScape-esque in terms of its leveling speed and time, I would say, yeah. In terms of how I feel that the leveling is going, it does feel a lot like RuneScape, but less static. My main issue with RuneScape is that when you're harvesting, like when you're doing woodcutting, you just stand in the same place and just cut the same tree for hours on end sometimes. This is far less static because you have to wait for resources to regenerate and run around and actually kill monsters and do stuff. It's much more hands-on. So it's less AFK-able. I will say that I've definitely, I wouldn't call it a second screen game, but you can play it on your mobile while you're, watching TV or something if you really want to, or, while you're on a train waiting for stuff. I was doing some gathering when I was waiting for an appointment the other day, just, on my phone, just running around doing some resource harvesting, and it was really viable. It was quite good fun. So the game's quite promising in that regard, and, there is a membership to it. There is a pay-to-win element to it, but if you don't care that much about that and you just want to kind of log on, for free, play it for free on your mobile, sell the stuff, and, have some fun with your mates, you can very easily just play and have fun, completely free to play, I think. Which is probably what I'll do once, the end of this event is over. I'll probably just continue playing quietly, free to play at times. Last time you tried to play a game on your phone, it killed it. I hope that isn't the case with these, but hey, if you're having that kind of problem, that's not a great sign. Maybe you're excluded from the whole phone and games thing for this one. But I believe that yesterday, I think it was, the game launched on Xbox, which is awesome. Console launch, another group of people flooding into the game, keeping the game fresh, keeping the culture of the game alive. New players trying it out is always good, so I'm pleased. Bit of pendulum. Control wasn't too bad. I'm trying on the phone. I was very pleasantly surprised personally, but I wouldn't want to do it on difficult internet connection. I'd do it on anything that's remotely high risk. Doing a high risk gathering activity could be a real problem if you weren't careful. A little bit of lag could actually be a nightmare quite quickly. So I wouldn't go to a PvP area necessarily on your phone, but doing low level gathering, tier 4, 5, 6 areas in PvE zone like I'm in right now, really doable to do semi AFK. I don't see why you wouldn't really. What's we got here? We've got a timed castle. They're an individual camp. Medium faction camp. Yeah. Ooh, I don't mind if I do. But yeah, if you are wanting to give the game a try, you can use the pinned message or exclamation point Albion. Give the game a try. Check it out. It's been, you know, it's been good fun. No obligation. Thank you, Balthazar. We are indeed playing on the American server as well, yes, so I could get as many people as possible onto kind of a stable internet connection. But I do appreciate that some of you have missed out, so next time we do a game, I will consider doing an EU-based one. The whole thing. Ooh. Has anyone given Albion a go and really not enjoyed it? That's what I'd like to hear. I like to hear when people have found an issue with the game and trying to understand what their pain point was. I mean, at that point, you're kind of rolling the dice there, Tibid. Like, I couldn't tell you if EU or US would be lower for Asia. It could be either or. You never really know. Albion. Nice, nice. It's a good joke. We're playing Great Britain online. Well, Old England online, anyway. I appreciate the pun. Don't worry, Frozen Throg. I mean, for the longest time, it was only the NA server people to play from Europe to play on. Yeah, I mean that's the way a lot of these games have evolved over time. I want Old England biomech adjacent Legos. Albionicles, nice. Albionicles would be great. And Bionicles were a that's a real throwback. That is. I remember the original ones, and then you also got the ones that had the little lever that would headbutt. Those were the fun ones. Basically, the goal was just to headbutt each other's Bionicles to death. Like, fine. Smash. Bionicle smash. Why not? Do this. Right. What am I looking for really in this area? I'm looking for more mining nodes. I was hoping it would be a bit more abundant, but actually it seems to be less abundant because it's all harvested. So I might just travel back. At least now I've explored the level 6 area, so I know roughly where I'm at. Ooh, some more titanium. Didn't Bionicles have like a supporting TV show and like a lot of like quite deep lore to them as well? I never really got into the Bionicle lore as much, so just kind of building them. They had movies that would, I remember one or two of the movies, but the first style Bionicles, like they had really like kind of like Pacific Island names, like Owls and Taz and multiple apostrophes and stuff in their names, if I recall correctly. I might be misremembering. I could be having some kind of fever dream where I've been like, you know, created these memories, but that's about what I remember. Matanui or something? That sounds about right. Yeah, that sounds... There was an insane amount of lore to it. I feel like it's the kind of thing that they would have just, like, they probably had like an insane amount of lore. There's probably a few people whose like special subject is Bionicles. And could probably recite all of the Bionicles lore to you from start to finish. If you're a member of that community, write in to us at... You've been affected by issues in this program. Please write into our complaints letterbox at PO Box 1965 Darlington. Oh wait, no, that's the BBC. Someone's probably majored in it. You know what? A major, if you've majored in bionicles, that's kind of great. It would make you a bionicologist. Yeah, I mean, a bioniclist sounds a bit like it's a cycle, like some kind of cycling trophy. What was the email? Sorry, don't worry about it, JB. No, don't worry. It wasn't an email. It's a PO box. Different. I have a Chrome to pick at gmail.com. Amazing. Amazing. Why do I not have that? You also could have gone with moan and crone. You know, for moaning and groaning. For complaining. Need better marketing. You know what? You're right. Wait, no, Lost Jake, no! Maybe not Bionicle specifically, but I'm coming as at least a master's level program in LEGO. I mean, it depends on what that is, because as far as I understand it, quite a lot of the LEGO models actually have quite a lot of, like, structural engineering in them to how they stay together once they get beyond a certain size. Because you're talking actually about quite a lot of, like, weight stress. So actually, it wouldn't surprise me if there's some kind of, like, engineering principles that you can do in LEGO of some kind. Or, like, maybe, like, the design of the blocks, etc. So it depends on what the actual syllabus of a master's level in LEGO is. I don't feel like it would be just assembling LEGO, but if it is, that's a fucking sick master's. You'd be like, oh, yes, I'm educated to a master's degree level. You don't tell them it's a master's in assembling LEGO. Totally bricked up. Exactly, JB. I'm proud of you for that one. Good job. Isn't the first task to make a Lego ball of a certain size doesn't break apart when you drop it? It wouldn't surprise me. I would believe that. There's probably, like I said, there's quite a bit of engineering that goes into, like, strong functional models of any kind. And I think LEGO do a reasonably good job of having, like, kind of strong models that tend to land, stay the test of time. Unless you keep them around essential oils or an air diffuser, which breaks them apart and denatures the bricks. So don't do that. No essential oils or air diffusers near your LEGO, chat. Don't do it. Don't do it. It'll break your LEGO apart. It breaks the plastic down. Exactly, it's ABS. Type of plastic. So as I spoken from experience, I got into a little bit into, like, the way that gases and models interact when I was doing some Warhammer, and I kept on having an issue where some of my models had this weird kind of, like, residue that was almost like they'd been primed in the wrong temperature after I'd, like, left them in a box overnight. And it turns out that it's actually super glue. As it cures, does let off kind of a vapor, which is kind of is reasonably harsh, but it will settle on plastic and stuff if it's in a kind of an enclosed environment. And effectively, it was it's basically super glue residue from the gases that as it cures that basically stained the models. Looking into that, I ended up going down a few rabbit holes, as one does, and ended up finding out, I think at some point, that there was a big thing on Reddit about LEGO models getting destroyed by air diffusers, etc. Yeah, it's a whole thing. So just one of the things I know is not to use essential oils or, like, air diffusers of any kind, etc. Around LEGO. Solvents are great. Yeah, cyanoacrylate. Yeah. No different from using any other solvent, really. It just denatures them over time. That's why you probably shouldn't be using them when, you know, you've got cats and animals around, realistically. I don't even open the glue pot if Bailey is in the room, because if I can smell that, I can only imagine what he can smell. It's wild. You can actually surface them with both of them using atomized super glue. I don't... Mirror, stop atomizing the glue. Share it with chat. Come on. That's food for a week, and you're out there atomizing it? Disappointed, Mirror. I thought you knew better. I thought you knew better. Why, all your print stuff's in the garage and you have a fume hood? Yeah. I'm sorry, chat. Mirror has atomized this week's glue ration. You're gonna have to go and ask Mirror for that. Not stolen, it's just atomized. Mirror, you can undo that, right? They didn't earn the glue fare. Brutal. You hear that, chat? Now you've got to defend whether or not you've earned glue this week. I feel like Mirror and Balthazar fighting over glue is probably my favorite thing to happen today. It's also my third, like, the third time I think I probably said my favorite thing to happen today. I feel like I just missed whoever was down here mining all of these things. You've done too much soldering, lean directly over it. A little glue sniffs aren't high on my list of concerns. Unicorn Reach, love yourself, my man. Stop it. Stop huffing the soldering fumes, my guy. Stop it. Stop. No. Delicious lead, Mirror. I like to get my lead from paint, generally. That's why I like to chew it off of, you know, fences and stuff outside. That's what I do, personally. Cautious occultist, okay. Ooh, Will-o'-the-wisp. So I assume it's mostly the rosin core you're smelling? Probably. Well, there's a road's been around for 100 years. All the dirt nearby is way overloaded with lead. Pretty much. I mean, there are things that you're meant to do to prevent cars from having that kind of emission, try to have offset the minerals, etc. But yeah, after 100 years of use, there's always going to be a certain level of contamination. Like, you know, that's just the nature of using roads. Pencils don't actually use lead, they use graphite, yeah. Which is quite cool as a substance by itself. It's just also not great to get embedded in your skin. Which is a real common teenager injury, I find. You know, having graphite embedded in you because you've been messing around with a friend and one of you stabbed the other with a pencil. Like, you know, we've all been there. Maybe that's British schools. I don't know. That might just be a Britain thing. You have a piece in your arm from an AL incident where you stabbed you with a pencil. Woman stabbed by a .2 mechanical pencil. Sometimes. Okay, I'm glad it's not just me. For a second, you were all quite quiet, and I was concerned that I was the only one. But I'm glad that you guys have affirmed that I'm not the weirdo here. It's amazing. Thank you. Good time zone to you, Uncommoner. How are you doing, buddy? It's good to see you. UK lesson stabbing 101. Topic 1. Pencils. HB. The old HB pencil by Stedler is a vital weapon in the teenage UK arsenal. It was the old yellow and black Stedler HB pencils. That was the one. That was the weapon of choice for many a UK teenager. Topic 2 is compasses. Oh, no, compasses are at least less than 3. You've forgotten, like, you know, you've forgotten broken rulers, scissors, all kinds of fun items in between there, Mori Hunter. The kids live for science. Consent wasn't an ethics requirement then. Back in the good old days, is that what you're saying, Phoebus? Is that what you're trying to suggest? UK lesson stabbing 101. Topic 2. Metal rulers. Metal rulers are, yeah, they were always fun. Sky Flower. What Luke Skywalker renamed his name to avoid being noticed. Slamming pound coins with his knuckles goes in there somewhat. Yeah, playing Knuckles is a classic. The £1 coin Knuckles was always the best version, but my god, it was painful at times. Well documented, John Wick killed 3 men in a bar with a pencil. Well documented. Yes. The ads are about to start. I will be getting up to do my next exercises, which will be decompressing my spine by hanging from a bar from a door. So I'll be back in a few minutes once those ads kick off. Please do make yourselves comfortable. Stretch your legs, unscrungle your spines, grab a drink. You know, a couple of little bits of self-care. You know, very important. Maybe think about your favorite memory of getting stabbed by a pencil or stabbing someone else with a pencil. For when we come back, we can just kind of share, you know, these fun things that are fun to, just remember from the good old days when it was, you know, fun to fashion a slingshot from a rubber band and a piece of eraser and fire it at the back of the teacher's head when they weren't paying attention. Most teachers didn't like me very much, and I can probably see why. Be right back. Welcome back from the ads, everyone. Thank you for bearing with. I do appreciate you guys being patient with me while I prevent my spine from folding, you know, like a piece of paper. So, what I think I remember reading when I came back from the ad break is basically you guys were also degenerates at school as well. Such as the sentence here of, we made paper ninja stars in my school. That then got banned because somebody made one in metals class. Like, what? What? That's taking it too far. That's too far. I can't harvest that yet, so I'm just gonna leave. Have this. Always that one engineer to get punished. That's the kid that goes on to like create the tank. That's one of like the people like that kid is gonna go on to, I don't know, create some kind of strange medical technology, you know, that's gonna save millions of lives. And it will all come down to the one day they were like, you know what I can make with this CNC machine? I can CNC machine a ninja star. Yeah. Have I made stable caltrops? No, because I know that because I'm the kind of person who would put that down somewhere and forget about it, that's a danger to myself and others, Demnar. I've stood on a metal D4 before and had to go and get stitches, so I'm okay without creating actual caltrops as well. In high school, we had Bible War. I need to... Deli Hands, I don't know if you understand how much I need to know what Bible Wars are, because what I'm kind of picturing is people, like, trying to hit each other with the fattest part of the Bible. Just who can hit each other the best with the Bible. It does bring another kind of definition to Bible bashing. But... we do need more details on the Bible Wars. They sound like they're pretty interesting, like the pastor riots. You say stood, not stepped on by accident? I assume it was a death. Oh no, it was stood on as in it was nighttime, and I was walking across the downstairs of my old house, and unbeknownst to me, the cat that I had allowed into the house had just gotten up onto my desk one night and just knocked most of the stuff off of it, including my like tin that had my full set of metal dice in it. And unfortunately, the one that I stepped on first was the D4. But those of you who don't know what a D4 looks like, it's just a pyramid. And triangles are indeed the strongest shape. So, it was about 3 a.m. I'd heard a loud noise downstairs and was going to look at it. Couldn't get to the lights before I stepped on this, and, yeah. It was, I then had a rule about where the dice were kept and how they were kept. They were always kept in their storage case, like in the actual, like, kind of squishy bit that kept them safe in the box. The D4 is the strongest damage die in the set. Oh, 100%, yeah. Store it tip down? I mean, yes, yeah. Accepting stray cats into your house seems to be a recurring trend for me. When I was in my last house, towards my last kind of like 8 or 9 months there, the cat that I'd always seen around the neighborhood and was always very friendly with me started spending a lot of its time in the garden of the house. So it was a nice summer. I spent quite a lot of time out there, you know, basically keeping the cat company, but also just out there myself. It turned out that the cat's owner was actually a very elderly lady who lived in the neighborhood and had unfortunately been taken into hospital. While the cat was being looked after by the neighbors, by that neighbor's daughter, the cat was just basically looking for a human to hang out with, and just ended up finding me hanging out in the garden most days and was like, cool, you'll do. And the cat, like, when I moved into that house, that cat came and said hello, and actually I turned around that day. And this little black cat was just on the stairs of the house. And I was like, oh, hi, do you live here? So I guess maybe there is a theme when I move into a house, if there's a cat around, they'll be like, hello, welcome to the neighborhood. But that one was more because the cat was just a little bit lonely, I think. She was just a young... I mean, when I met her, she was probably only about 9 or 10 months old. She was basically a kitten, and then, you know, she was like 5 or 6 when the owner was in and out of hospital. So yeah, it's just it is a bit of an interesting one, but I don't know, I like cats. I've always thought I would have a dog more, but like, cats just seem to arrive, and I love Bailey more than anything, so like, I'm fine with that. For those of you who don't know, I have a cat called Bailey, who is my adopted son. He's been with me for 3 years now, give or take, and when I moved into this house, He basically decided that he lived in the garden and that we were suitable humans so that he would let us in. And then, yeah, he slowly over the last couple of years just kind of moved himself into the house. And now he sleeps in my bed every night and wakes me up at 7 o'clock every morning at the latest. Because he's not been fed for 1,000 years. I want a corgi, but puppies are so expensive. That's... yeah. I still think that, like, because Bailey is 16, I'm very aware that he could still live for, like, just my luck will be, if I mentally prepare for Bailey to, like, pass away, he'll live for, like, 8 years just to spite me. That's what it will be. Like, I fully know that. That's how cats work. I know somebody whose cat was given, like, 6 weeks to live, and the cat lived for 4 more years, because they were like, oh... our cat hasn't got long to live. We'll give them a diet of fresh fish and just look after them and make their final days really comfortable. Yeah, the cat decides to live for 4 more years and would only eat fresh fish every day. Hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. The thing that makes me very happy about Bailey is he has started to drink water inside of the house. So I just leave a bowl of water that I replace every morning when I come downstairs in the kitchen. And I just notice every kind of couple of days, I notice him going in there during the day, but most mornings I go in there and I can tell that he's had some, normally because there's some on the floor. He's a cat. He's trying his best. So all I can do is give him a better life. And to be honest, the vets have said that when they last checked on him, he was significantly heavier and significantly less healthy. So... there's every single chance that looking after him is just giving him even 1 or 2 more years is, you know, that would be doing the right thing in my mind. He just needed somewhere to call home because his owners have a dog now and he just doesn't like the dog. He's at 13 years old, 12, 13 years old. It wasn't easy for him to learn to get on with a dog. So, I don't blame him. I think that he's just, you know, I think he's just he just likes the kind of pace of life, which is a bit quieter and chill. But it's just, we've actually got a cat fountain for him. He just doesn't like it. He likes his water still. He won't drink from streams or rivers, but he loves a puddle or a pond. He's a boy cat. If he's drinking water, I'm already impressed. That's kind of how that one works. Like, he's just not, he's smart when it comes to training humans. He's dumb when it comes to drinking water. That's how a lot of cats are. Yeah, we had the cat fountain and the still water alongside for a while. He would always just ignore the fountain, just always go to the still water. So after a while, we were like, you know what? I'm just not gonna need the still water anymore. I'm not gonna need the fountain. Bizarre, yours are the exact opposite. That's cats. Great cat logic. If it makes too much noise, it's not safe as you can't hear potential ambush. I mean, maybe BioGuardian, but he doesn't know he's safe inside the house. I could try it again now. It's been like a year or so to see if he's more comfortable with it. He's just not, he's a boy cat. Boy cats are notorious for not drinking properly, you know. It's the whole thing that normally gets cats, that their kidneys shut down from not drinking enough water. But he has wet food, so I add water to most of his food, and when we give him chicken as well, I also add some water to that, just a small amount. Basically, the chicken isn't kind of dry for him, so he is still getting... I'm just tricking him into having water with his food. That's the trick. You know what? I respect that. Like, that works for me as well. If you give me, like... If you give me chips, I would rather have chips and gravy. That's... Oh, yeah. The Northerners know what they're doing with chips and gravy, man. Proper, like, Northern gravy and chips. Oh. Chicken soup? Chicken soup with chips would be a bit of a strange one. Sorry, fries, Americans. I apologize. Your old cat loved taking a syringe of kidney meds. She was very strange like that. Well, I'm glad that it was easy for you to give her meds. Yeah, Uncommoner, you sound well trained. Your guy won't drink water. You just load him up with tube treats. He doesn't mind. I bet he doesn't mind. Oh no, another tube treat. Oh, please stop. Whatever am I going to do? I've not had chicken soup with chips. I don't think that's actually a combo I've ever done. just chips and gravy, man. Like, where's lukewarm Skelly at? Lukewarm Skelly will know what I'm up. Like, know what I'm at with that. That'll be... He'll confirm that is the one true choice. Yes, confirmed. Excellent. Thank you, JB. I like how the message went from the north across the world and back via Twitch chat. Thank you. Appreciate it. The human equivalent of cat tubes. A chip butty in soup, to be fair, pretty good going. I've had a number of chip butties, but chip butty with soup would be pretty cool. I could see that. I have had a chip butty with gravy. Chips, cheese, and gravy is god tier. I'm not personally a big cheese and gravy combo fan. The textures tend to mix, like, it just doesn't work for me. The textures get a bit confusing. But if you give me, like, chips with some cheese on one side and then, like, some gravy on the other side so I can mix and match, I'd be very happy. One brat. Crisp sandwiches and soup. Crisp sandwiches are very, very good. That was one of my university foods. Was a crisp sandwich. Tomato soup with melted cheese and Doritos for dipping. That's just tomato soup poured over some nachos, right? By my understanding, that's just nachos and tomato soup. Oh, sorry, tomato soup. I forgot. Sorry, the American is getting to me. I apologize profusely. I mean, tomato. God. Oh no. They'll take away my Britain card. Tomato. My goal is to become an iron harvesting demon. I think that's going to be my plan. Prawn cocktail crisp and mature cheddar cheese sandwiches. Prawn cocktail and cheese. Things that get your British card revoked. Try the Greek way. Do you have Uncrustables in the UK? If so, try one in the toaster on low. Are Uncrustables just bread without a crust? Is that literally the whole thing? Okay, so my follow-up question is, how does your sandwich retain structural integrity when it's a weight-bearing sandwich? They crimp the edges to seal everything in. What do you mean? That's like a pasty, but made of bread. I don't know if I'm scared or excited about that concept, actually. Kind of a bread pasty could be kind of nice. But on the other hand, we already have pasty. For those of you who don't know what pasty is a typically Cornish baked good, which is savory pastry. Inside, you'll normally have things like steak, an onion, or ale. You'll have potato, you'll have some vegetables. It's served warm. Cornwall does some absolutely excellent pasties. The shape will be a bit like a calzone, if you know what that is. Yeah, see, this is my point. I don't understand how an Uncrustable retains its structural integrity. They only use peanut butter and jelly or Nutella as the filling for Uncrustables. So basically, it's a peanut butter and jelly or Nutella donut. Because if it's American white bread, surely American white bread is basically the same, like, kind of brioche-y, sugary... Of course you want that, G. So it's basically just a donut. Sounds amazing. How many of you consider this to be food? These are fruit UFOs, the fruit with fruit flavor, the original. You just finished a whole tub in 2 days. You know, we counted how many there were inside of here. They look plastic. They taste like plastic, except they've got the... Without the sherbet, it's just paper. It's just paper. $298.5 inside of here, I think it was, wasn't it? $299.5. Oh, there we go. That was it. That, well, kitten, yeah. I mean, I guess you could call it candy. It's certainly not got any kind of actual, you know, reasonable kind of like goodness or, you know, like values inside of it other than just sugar. But yeah, I guess it is candy. You'll say it's your Italian lemon and orange hard candies. Oh, that sounds quite good. You're ridiculously curious about wanting to try one. It's edible paper and sherbet. That's basically it. I'll tell you what. Get a small piece of A4 paper, like the corner of it. You know, maybe like an inch or so squared of paper, like an inch square of paper. Put a little bit of sherbet on top of it. Eat that. That's basically it. Sugar and citric acid. Also a drop of lemon juice on it. They are made out of rice paper. Yeah. Yeah. It's evil wizardry. It's evil. I tell you, it's evil wizardry. It is edible paper, yeah. Lemon bonbons any day. I'd rather have a sherbet lemon. Sherbet lemons are pretty good. How are we doing on our guild points? 95 guild points. Oh my. Because we pushed over on the ore gathering. We're doing real well on this. You understand that shelf stable? Sherbet in the UK is a fruity cousin of ice cream. Wait, what? You guys don't have the same sherbet over in the US? Has Albion replaced Bitcraft entirely? No, I'm waiting for Bitcraft's full release, really. Before I dedicate a huge amount of time to it. It's a great game. But right now we've got the Albion Crucible Event, so we were invited to join them for their Crucible Event. So our guild is basically competing with other guilds to get some points. So we've got a bunch of these criteria, like earn fame by gathering, catching fish, killing mobs in the open world, dynamic mob camps. This is basically what we're working on, you know, randomized solo dungeons. These points basically are part of the Crucible event, and we're not doing too badly. For our size, on the overall leaderboard, we're doing pretty good. If I refresh this page, 95 will take us probably about 40-ish. 46, there you go, 95. We're also, with 30 people, the next person now's got 66 people, so we're not doing badly at all. I'm reasonably happy with 30. We're probably one of the small, I mean, there you go. Two streamers, 190 for 15 people. They've done very well. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that we're doing in Albion. I'm actually really enjoying it. As a first-timer to Albion, it's kind of quite chill, good fun. I am indeed still playing June. Yes, Deltarias. Yep. I was actually watching some June play earlier. I'm meaning on going back when there's some new content launching soon, so watch this space. We've also got some cool news coming on self-hosted servers on June. I've been talking to the June and FunCon guys quite closely. I absolutely love working with the guys from FunCon. They are great people. They very much are engaged in their game. So yes, June is not gone. We will be returning to it. Never fear. I made the promise to maintain that server, and I will do so until there is no game left to maintain, or we have to shut it down for basically, you know, inactivity reasons. And there's still plenty of people interested in that game, so it's not going anywhere. Sorbet and sherbet are similar, but from one's real fruit, one may have some real fruit. I don't understand what sherbet in the US is. Isn't Albion a pain in the ass if you don't play? So far, I've not had that experience, but I've got some free premium. So, potentially, but from what I gather, even if you don't have premium, you can just have fun quietly gathering. It's a free-to-play game. You can just play it completely for free, not engage in some of like the other content you don't want. If I just want to have a game where I can just log on, do some gathering and log off, and it doesn't have to matter or have huge stakes, then I can just do this, you know? Reminder for all Enshrined Twitch drops alive. Don't forget to grab mods. Well, we might raid. We'll probably raid somewhere appropriate for that. Don't worry, Aqua. NA sherbet is just fancy ice cream. That's so weird. I didn't understand you'd have different sherbet. Here it's like a. It's basically like citric acid and sugar had a baby, and it's like a powder. Does that mean Americans don't have things like dip dabs? You do have those? Okay, that's sherbet inside those. Oh my... Jaron, this video is 13 hours long. Every Bionicle's lore explained in obsessive detail. It's 13 hours long. What? What do you mean? Oh my god. Oh my god, there's a timeline. Oh my god. Look at the timeline behind him. I just skipped forward to a random spot. We're 48 minutes in. What's the most watched? I mean, look at it. One meal? What are you what do you mean? Why now I have more questions about Warchild G's meal. Why are your meals 13 hours long and are you French? A mere 13-hour long. I'm gonna be honest with you. I like me a rabbit hole, don't get me wrong. And I'm really fine with like special interest knowledge groups, but I'm not gonna watch a 13-hour long Bionicle video just because I'm curious about the depth of it. This is what you intended to send? Sherbet versus sorbet? Amazing. That's even funnier. Okay. Oh, that's up there. Oh, you French got me. Is this why we separate sherbet and sherbet? I feel like British people say sherbet and American people say sherbet. You don't have a second R in it. I feel like there's a difference in how people say it. You have an R. It's more French people are known for having very, very long meals. I wonder if that video includes the successors to Bionicle Lego Hero Fact. Oh god. Sorbet? That's sorbet and sherbet are different. Yeah, sherbet. I'm talking about sherbet, and sorbet. I feel like there's a difference here. Interesting. Okay, so apparently it derives from a Middle Eastern sharbat, a drink. The American definition evolved in 20th century to mean a dairy-based frozen water ice, whereas the British definition shifted towards a late 1800s. British chemists created a fizzy powder that became a popular cheap confection, which never occurred in the US. So we actually have separate names for the same, well, for different things that are the same name. In the UK, it's a fizzy, tangy powder. Like, that's all I can describe it as. Like, that's a whole thing. It doesn't look anything like what you've sent in that video, Charo. That just looks like... That's just wildness. But, spicy sugar, you know what? You know what? Fine. Fine, G. Yeah, if you want to call it spicy sugar, you can. I'm not gonna judge you for it. Oh, okay. Well, we'll do it like that then, shall we? And now you know why I'm insanely curious about the UFOs? Okay, yeah. So they basically... yeah, it's basically tartaric acid. Like... What? Okay, it's one enemy down. Okay, that was 6,000 fame for one enemy. That's not exactly bad. I don't know where I am. Go to just directly across to Ken, go on into Ken for there. Okay. The tier 5 areas, we might actually get some decent tier 4 loot in if I go a little bit off-piste. Here we go. Do you have eating paper? Is that just flavored rice paper? Is this just the US's answer to, you know, like teaching kids to eat their work or something? Is that what this is? Edible paper? We don't have eating paper. Okay. You eat crayons? Like, is eating the paper that much for me to believe? Let's be real. Come on. Not that out there. Why are you saying the fuck? What do you mean? I can make jokes about eating crayons, but not what the crayons write on. The Marines eat crayons? Are the Marines American? If yes, I can get away with saying clearly that the Americans eat crayons. That some of the Americans eat crayons, and therefore that some of them might also eat paper. That's why it's not that unreasonable for me to be like, I'm not surprised about the Americans eating paper. In Germany, we have edible paper. Thank you very much, Germany. Good job. The Germans know what's up. Edible paper is the shit. It's great. You're supposed to buy a big stack of coloured rice paper for 99p in the sweet section of your local shop. Exactly. Back in the good times. When Freddos were a mere 5 pence. Sugar paper is great. Apparently Americans can't have that. Maybe because they get confused between, like, white A4 and sugar paper. Apparently, it's insulting for me to suggest that while some of them may eat crayons, some might also eat paper. My bad. I apologize to all of it. To everyone out there. All of you. I apologize. Hello, Big Ailerus. How you doing, bud? You missed Buzz Bar. What are Buzz Bars, Tibbets know? Buzz, that's not once familiar to my brain. Doing good, thank you. Yeah, had a nice lunch today. Just doing a little bit of admin farming. You take a bunch of you take a handful of crayons and wrap them into the paper. You've got a burrito. I guess, yeah, crayons wrapped in edible rice paper would be like a dessert burrito for Marines. Is that what you're saying? That... oh, NA doesn't have A4. You have 8.5 by 11 or letter. Why? Why? Why make it complicated? Marines would lose their shit? Probably, yeah. They probably eat too many of them. And then literally lose their shit. Why only eat it for dessert? That's true, you can have one colour for main course, one colour for dessert. Would that be a draw Ito? It might be. Might be. Might be a New Zealand thing. Chewy, honey flavored, and covered in chocolate. That sounds quite nice. Like honeycomb in the middle, or like something else? Buzz bars makes me think of bees. That makes me think it's like honeycomb inside of it. Yeah, like a chewy crunchy. That's kind of what I'm imagining, yeah. Delchan, you may have found a weird area called the Mists and stuck inside. Please send help. Any of the 4 exits that you see on your mini-map will take you back out of that area to where you entered. Take it easy, Delta. Thank you very much for being here, buddy. Enjoy your pen and paper. I'm actually surprised no one had made edible candy crayons for the joke. I think under my understanding, isn't it, that Crayola crayons were made specifically to be safe if they were eaten by kids? Is that a misremembering? So technically, all crayons are edible crayons in that regard, if they're you know, from the Crayola ones. But I know what you mean, ones that are intended to be eaten. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're designed to be non-toxic so that if a child or a toddler does eat them, it doesn't cause a risk to them. I'm fairly sure that was the whole point of Crayola, but I'm not an expert. There you go. Like Play-Doh being edible? Crayola was actually made as a shelf-stable snack for Marines out in the field. Cloudachito, thank you. Facts? Well, there you go. Now we know for sure. While you're in here, is there anything that's worth finding? You'll have higher tier enemies and like drops and stuff of like materials, so you might find some like good materials to harvest, but I think the mists are a bit spooky. We don't like the spooky mists. Okay, that's fun. Do this. There was edible Play-Doh, but it was a health hazard. I'm not surprised. Someone actually made taffy crayon sweets. Again, I'd believe that. It's like fake candy cigarettes being a thing, although they look a little bit like chalk. Play-Doh is also technically non-toxic. It's just flour, water, and salt. But why does it smell like marzipan sometimes, Mirror? What's the answer there? The colorant they use, it smells like okay, that makes sense. I'd believe that. Hidden treasure, interesting. Okay. Depends on what they're using to make it smell different. I remember the Flintstone cigarettes that look like roll-ups. It's wild. Like, ah, yes, children, here, some candy cigarettes so you can be like your father. It's wild. The 1990s, yes. When we were still allowed to play outside as long as we were back before it was dark. Hello, Luther. How are you doing, dude? Good to see you. How has work been for you today? The 90s were another time. The 90s were indeed another millennium. Join streams to hear that. Perhaps the wrong time. Now it's the best time, Phil. It's good to see you, dude. Marzipan's a natural preservative, so it could have been used in making Play-Doh. I can't say I've looked into the preservative properties of marzipan, but I guess it does make sense. It does, you know, you wrap a cake in it, for example, and it stays, you know, fresher for longer. It makes sense. You've been royally annoyed, but hey, you got to T5 doing your first solo dungeon. Well, congratulations, Luther. T5 is a great achievement. What is this? Like a treasure map logo. But we are, yeah, so we're now 211% encumbered if we weren't using our rocks. So the people who were asking earlier about how encumbrance works, that's how it works. Ooh, soon we'll level up to iron ore again. Adept ore miner up to level 9, which means we'll be even faster. Soon we'll be about 5% faster just from this. At some point, I kind of want one of these as well, because 10% yield increase is kind of huge over time. But significantly more expensive if you die with one of those on you. Risk versus reward, as always, chat. As always. How is everyone doing out there, though, on this fine Wednesday? It's great to see so many of you. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you for hanging out today. Keeper symbol. Okay, it belongs to someone. Iron ore. You should probably go to bed. You got to get up in 6 hours. That sounds like 6 hours might just be the minimum amount of sleep that you should be getting. So good night, Tibbet Snow. Take it easy, and thank you for being here today, dude. It's always kick-ass to see you. Thank you very much for hanging out, and please do get a good night's rest, my man. Anyone can start a war. I wonder where Bailey is. I think he's probably asleep in the living room, knowing him at this time of day. We're due a visit probably in the next half an hour or so. You never know when the cat will show up. We do have a couple of cat cams here for those of you who are interested, so if B does arrive, you will get to see him. It's impressive that on my end, you managed to do the command. The Nightbot gave you command before you even ran the command, Balthazar. Good job there. Probably need to do some stuff with some of my links at some point. Make them a bit easier to do. I can never remember all the commands. I've forgotten my own commands, which is probably half a sign I should probably go and clear my commands up. That's for sure. Are you gonna... There we go. Go on then, we'll get rid of this iron elemental. Why not? Not on your end? I know, it's just the it's on my end, it's just very funny. I can see on the I can actually see on my Twitch feed, like directly on Twitch, rather than through OBS, that it's in the right order. Ooh. It's only 1 out of 5, but that's a 6 out of 6 there. Or a 5 out of 5. Right. So, for those of you who are D&D fans, if you are tuning in over the weekend, there will be a special stream on Sunday this week. And we will indeed be doing a charitable fundraiser D&D game with Winky, Ivora, Greg, and many others. So those of you who have been missing D&D on the stream, there will be a charity D&D game at the weekend. In that, as far as I'm aware, you'll be able to donate, and you'll be able to do things like make our dice rolls worse, or just give us a level up, or make us fight, you know, higher tier enemies. Winky's whole idea for this as the DM is basically like chat helps. By chat helps, I mean chat gives to charity, which makes our characters potentially die. Which I think is a very, you know, overall quite an enjoyable experience. But if you're interested in that, tune in on Sunday evening UK time. So it'll be around this time of day will be when we're getting started. About 6 PM UK time, 10 AM Pacific time is when the actual campaign will get started. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the Noita like number thing, but with D&D. Yeah, and it's all for charity, so it should be good. We'll be fundraising. There'll be little bits of info about the fundraising on the day there, which will be exciting. And so, yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. It's going to be good fun to, you know, raise some money for a good cause and hang out and just kind of mess around with friends. When you pray for victory, we send enemies to be victorious over. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you, Clouded Cheeto. It's very kind of you guys. I really appreciate the extra enemies all the time. It's very, very much appreciated, of course, in D&D. But so that's what we'll be doing at the weekend. So if you guys have been missing our D&D sessions that we did over Christmas in January, then that will be very good news for you all. Good news, everyone. In the meantime, the ads are about to be here. I'm going to go and do my next round of stretches, which is dipping my heels on the stairs, probably grabbing a snack. So please do make sure you look after yourself. You are standing up, stretching your legs, walking around. You don't need to answer that email from your boss just now. Give yourself 5 minutes, you know, fuck it. Give yourself a little bit of a break, you know, chill. It's quite nice to just relax. Give yourself something to stretch out. You don't want to be sitting in that chair all day at work, you know, without having stretched. You need to keep those bones working in good order. So make sure that you're standing up, walking around, grabbing a drink, get a cup of tea, you know, have 5 minutes of fresh air, you know, whatever you need to look after yourself. Don't get stuck down doing work all day without stretching and looking after yourself, because you only get one spine. I can tell you that for sure. The manufacturer won't accept a refund, like a refund or a replacement, which I think is anti-consumer of her. But yeah, the ads will be starting soon. Thank you all for waiting during those so that we don't have to run pre-rolls, etc. And so that people don't miss the content. I appreciate you guys. You got a cup of tea and you're way ahead. Good job. Very organized. Cup of tea is always going to hit the spot during the ad break. We very much appreciate that. Just sometimes Twitch is pretty bad at starting the ads. There we go. Hello, everybody. I have returned. Thank you all for being here. I made sure that Mira wasn't going to take my bones. I've done my stretches. I grabbed a drink, had a quick snack. I definitely succeeded in self-care. I've done a good job. Mira, please don't hurt me. Will there be Chrono cereal, and will it be called Chrono Oats? It would just be Chronotes. I feel like, yeah, Chronotes would work. Look at you being a responsible adult. I can't see it. Chrono Crunch, that is... Ooh. That works pretty well. Croats. Croats just reminds me of Kroot from Warhammer. And I would probably eat those for breakfast. I definitely wouldn't. They're like avian, reptilian people. They look really bony. Like, Lil Debbie's Revenge is the name of your brig in Windrose. My flagship in Windrose is and will always be called King Bailey's Revenge. That's the flagship name, King Bailey's Revenge. Speaking of Windrose, we will be playing tomorrow, at the very least, if not later on today. I'm excited to do some progression with it. I've been saving it for Thursday for our kind of chill game day and get the Albion done sooner. Good afternoon, Pepita. How are you doing, buddy? It's good to see you. You've still only got a catch, and it's called Ketchup. Oh, I love that, Maury Hunter. Good job. Good job. Yours is King Mars, the Angry Water Kitten. That is longer than the maximum title length, but I do appreciate it as a name. That does kind of work. I can really see the energy that's gone into that. We're doing all right, thank you, Pepita. Yeah, I had a reasonably slow morning. I went out for lunch with a friend. Your sloop in Sea of Thieves is a sloop goblin. Nice. Maybe chicken sloop. Ooh. Skyflower. This is called Pack Rat's Dream. There's a Brethren frigate with 52 cargo slots. Your first ship's name was Saint Crisp of Cream. Saint Crisp of Cream's a great one. I like that. Big Ailers, we need a mod specifically so that you can use that as the full name. We won't settle until judgment is done, right? You know, until this wrong has been righted. This grizzled giant is glowing incredibly, so therefore I want to fight it more. If the enemy glows, it means it's got better loot inside of it, right? That's how that works. It's how you know where there are interesting locations IRL, because they glow, yeah? Ooh. Ah, it's only a tier 3 cape. I like my railjack in Warframe is called Murphy's Optometrist, because goodness needs one. Oh, I think that having a limit on names is a good one. People don't put insane long names. Yeah, I mean, you'd have, you know, Cetra the Imperishable, first of his name, you know... Oh, I'm not doing the full title, it'll kill me. That would be quite a long ship name to call out with flags. What do you mean you can't summon the mount? I've never been unable to summon my mount, Dalchan. Resummon the mount. Try harder to resummon the mount. You can do it, Dalchan. I believe in you. You can resummon that mob. That mount. Ooh, more iron ore. Let's grab that. Delchan, are you alive? Delchan, say something. Don't go into the light, Delchan. He was so young. I think I found a dungeon inside the mist, but now I can't experience it because loot. I'm so slow. Yeah, I mean, you can go through the dungeon on your Ox. I've taken my ox through a dungeon before. But I don't know what type of dungeon it was that you're in. It won't let you summon the ox? Oh, okay, you're probably in an actual, like, proper dungeon. I think Delchant might have out-loot goblined themselves. It's called Nightfall Abbey. I don't know of anything special about Nightfall Abbey, Delchant, especially not this thing on my screen. That's Nightfall Abbey is like a whole thing. It's a PvP dungeon? Okay, well, good luck, Delchant. At least Delchant is able to dodge, right? Delchant screams. Oh, Delchant. Well, I'd offer to come and help you, but I've absolutely no idea of how to help you from where I am. As long as you're not in a red zone, you'll be fine. You're probably in a yellow zone, I'm guessing, or a blue zone, so you're probably fine. You found a portal out. Congratulations, you live to scream another day. Proud of you, Demnar. Delchant. Also proud of Demnar. No, that shows you how often I'm nice about Del. I need to be mean. I need to be more mean about Demnar if I'm naturally proud of him. Great, grim, like. You're slowly moving towards it. Just trying to leave the portal at maximum carry weight. Maybe leave the abbey. Yeah, maybe don't PvP when you're, you know, over encumbered. It's a good rule in general, to be honest with you. We're not far off of another iron ore level. This obviously won't... Ooh. Uncommon iron ore. Sabu, I think you're getting names confused again. I definitely said Demnar, not Sabu. 29%. Ooh. Got a lot of nice exceptional tier resources, etc. going on. I'm always so horrible to you. Sabu, I've never once been as horrible to you as I've been to Luther and Demnar. I give you granite, you know, when you need it. I'm very helpful. I've never put you on the soundboard.
Spit on me.
Ah, Winky. Never change. Imagine saying that live on air.
Spit on me.
He said it. You heard him, chat. Sabu takes everything too much for granite. That's an old meme now. That was a long time ago that meme came up. Right, that's another level up, I think, for iron. I'm guessing that the tier 7 and 8 zones must just basically be all, like, all PvP black zone, etc. A friend gave me the new Vampire Crawlers game and you're addicted. Oh no, we've lost them. We've lost Jazzy to Vampire Crawlers, chat. A moment of silence for Jazzy. $14 months, yeah, that one stuck with you a while. Yeah. At least there isn't granite that I've noticed in this game yet, Sabu, so I can't just run around and harvest that and give it to you. You're free from the eternal torment of granite, I think, in this game, maybe? Oh, there is granite? Oh, no. What tier is granite? Is it 5? Is granite... Oh, granite might be the tier 5 rock. Oh, it might be. Oh, it is. Hello, Radthordax. Gotta keep looking forward. I'm glad that you're doing okay, bud. I hope that your week clears up. Yeah, things are going good here. We are doing all right. Thank you, my man. Good to see you, Radthordax. There's even a granite elemental. Oh, amazing. We'll have to find Sabu some granite elementals to fight. I feel like they'll be like Sabu's favorite enemy. It'll be granite become personified. So Sabu can really work out some of that granite anger. But do you think you might find it cathartic to kill granite golems, like elementals? That's the salamander there, isn't it? Granite for Sabu. No, wait. Oh, that's a PvP circle. Are there any tier 8 areas, or are those like black zone? Hello, nodding off. How are you doing? Hey chat, what's a good comparison of this in Bitcraft? Bitcraft is probably lighter touch, a little bit like kind of less like serious, a little bit less in depth. Albion has a lot more depth to it, I think, over time, but you're not comparing like for like there, because obviously Bitcraft's still in development and Albion's been released for an awfully long time. So the comparison isn't really a fair one, but like it's largely similar, except that, you know, for most of this you're traveling around to harvest resources. You're gathering. Combat is a huge part of the game, whereas in Bitcraft combat isn't a huge thing. There's an awful lot to do inside of this, I think, probably more so than Bitcraft. And Bitcraft is a second screen game at pretty much at all times, apart from certain professions. This is not a second screen game. I would not say. Bitcraft is a background game where I seem to be active in Albion. Yeah, I'd broadly agree with that. No, I was wondering. Yeah, that's probably how I'd sum it up. PvP is a big thing in Albion, not a thing in Bitcraft. I mean, yes, you can just not engage with the PvP, is what I found so far. But it certainly seems to be much more of a thing. Obviously, Bitcraft is much more about overcoming, you know, progression and working together to build up your cities. Albion is far more, you know, guild, combat, competition, PvP, resources, etc. And it's got a fully player-driven economy, which is quite nice. So that's what I like. And it's just fun to kind of run around and gather things up. Like, we've been gathering things up, and it's probably about 200,000 worth of resources just by running around gathering things like titanium. Got 60k's worth. And we're getting points for our guild goals, so, you know, and our progression in the Crucible event, which is real nice. Yeah, both. Wonder which one to play next. Well, Bitcraft obviously is purchased. Like, Albion is free. There are like packs you can get. There's membership you can get, but you can play Albion completely free, just like on your phone, for example, if you really want to. That's what I was doing in my off time over the weekend, which is quite fun. So Bitcraft, I can't do that. So Bitcraft, if I was at my PC like doing work and wanted to second screen something, I would definitely go on the Bitcraft route. But if I wanted to actively play a game on my PC or play on my phone, I would go down the Albion route. It's just, the two are quite different in that regard. Hello, Kawaikos. How are you, buddy? Hello to you too. Bitcraft is for the remote worker, for sure. Hilarious, Delcharm. Yeah. It's very much like doing a gathering skill in, like in RuneScape. Bitcraft, I find. My voice sounds better. Well, we've only been live for 2.5 hours, so give it time, Kawaikos. It's just about practice and getting back into the swing of things. Like, I can feel it's getting a bit tired, but as long as I keep hydrating, it's kind of the main thing that's going to keep me going. You love the font in the game? I actually agree. I quite like the font they use. My voice sounds voicey. Thank you. I grew it myself. Ooh. Ooh. Just clicking my neck. Just making sure all the pins are there holding the head on, see? You know, it's very important to make sure we've got all the screws in place. This is a very, very busy area right next to town, so I'm not really surprised everything is pretty much harvested out. Although I can grab the tin ore, I'll take that. We can harvest tin very quickly now, that's nice. One, two, three. If we're going to go and harvest like tier 3 tin, for example, we are good. That's a pretty fast harvest time. Radthor Dax, thank you for the 10 gift sub bomb, you absolute mad lad, dude. Thank you very much for that. For the gift subs to Chanel Hawk, Caven Shrike, to Crit20 Chris, to Sagacious Zed, Zach2112, Zimis, to Theta Override, to Second Sky, to Ari McBrown, and Orange Hands. Thank you very, very much, Dax. You are a legend, as always, dude. Have I seen the gathering gear sets? I have, yes. The issue is that I'm gathering, like, all resources. If I was dedicating myself to iron, which I probably should do, then I could just do that. But also, like, if I get attacked, then, at least this way I've got gear to actually fight. Thank you again, Dax, buddy. I really appreciate you, man. It's always lovely to have you here. How is, Dax, have you been playing Bitcraft recently? Those of you who don't know, Dax is a very, has in the past been a very dedicated Bitcraft player. Had a lot of kind of success in the game, playing and creating a very, very cool community there. You still feel bad that you vanished from Tortuga? You've been pretty unwell, so not at the end you to get on Bitcraft. I mean, it's absolutely fine, Cinders. All you can really do is communicate with Dax and with the leadership, and then, you know, that you're never required to play a game. I don't require that you log into any game if you're involved with the community or anything, because ultimately I know people like real life has to come first, you know? We've got lumberjack gear here. Use the Tome of Insight. Well, that bank is completely full. Ooh, Hunter Challenge chest. Let's open this. Okay, that's just not bad. That's more fame from the tomes. That's multiple of those. We've got a Master's Bag of Silver, 50,000 silver. We've got an Adept's Tome of Insight for another 10,000 fame. And we've got some resources that we can either sell or use. We may have to go and sell some of these items because we don't actually need to carry them. Also, I probably don't need all of this iron ore saved up, I'll be real. I'm a bit of a hoarder, so that's a whole thing. I'm going to save my stone. I feel like leveling up my stone carving is probably the good one to do. We're a little bit over encumbered at 954. Vampire Crawlers on Game Pass. Now you'll know what you're going to do. I have fun with that. Enjoy Vampire Crawlers then, yeah. Having it on Game Pass is a real nice thing for them to do.
Welcome, friends.
Above average. I mean, I'm paying tax on the sales, but that's the nature of any sale in any game like this. $109,000 for all of that. 50,000 for all of that. Robust hide we can sell. Dire bear rug. Not even worth selling. Which means I know what I can do with the dire bear rug. Refine the eye before you sell it. Spectre, I'll do that later. I just wanted to get rid of some. I want to make some space. I don't have to bother running it back to base or doing anything like that. I'll just sell it like that. Been playing through early access 2. Tortugas are making number go up. Tortuga will always make number go up. They're very, very dedicated people. They love that game. It's good to see. That's the wrong place. What am I doing? Why am I going to the repair station? Help chat, I've had a stronk.
Nice island you've got there. Safe journey.
Yes, and just definitely take care of yourself first, like everyone in the chat is saying. Like, you know, that's always the principle here, is real life has to come first, and you've got to look after yourself, you know, in your health, because, like, that's the whole point. Chronic bad health here. Yeah, it's there's a few chronic health people, chronic health condition people in chat. We understand the hassle, bud. You don't have to apologize to it. Like I said, Dax gets it. There's no activity requirements on that guild, so you are all good, bud. Don't feel bad, man. Hello, Waz. How are you doing, dude? Good to see you. That is true, Dax. Yeah, so that's the whole thing. You're Albioning? You are very welcome. Thank you for Albioning. I hope you're enjoying yourself. If anyone is in Albion and wants to join the guild, we are called the Cronies in-game. Every person joining is helpful. If you're wanting to try the game out and give it a go, you are welcome to join us. It's only informal trying the game out. I'm doing alright, Troytech. How are you doing, buddy? Good to see you. You're already there. I know you are, Was. I accepted your application. You know what? Should we go find the mining gear? Like, if I'm doing level like a tier 4 area, I probably can just use mining gear. Oh, well, actually, we'll go into the solo dungeon first. Your back is still really tired. You did dishes. You need to be resting that. That's if your back is bad like that, make sure you are taking the time to give yourself adequate rest. Backs are not something to mess with. Do not the back. The spine is the bad. Oh, this is actually a buffed dungeon. Okay. Being 6'5", kitchens aren't designed for me. I can imagine. That's kind of wild. That's... Yeah, to imagine what the day-to-day of most kitchens is going to be like for you, that's not going to be great. Like, every shelf is at your face height at the very, like, lowest. Was that a side branch, or was that just I was gonna say, it can't be a side branch already. That would be wild. You got a compressed button, you rested plenty, your chili went bad? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Troytech. Yeah, it can happen. As long as you're able to rest up now and you're taking care of yourself, but that's all we ever ask, you know. All the stooping is not fun on the spine? No, it's I used to really dislike doing the washing up when I was a teenager, like manually by hand. For that exact reason, because stooping over the sink is not fun. It doesn't feel good on the old spine. Get clericed. I'm a healer, by the way, chat. That's my class. My class is currently a healer. You once slipped a disc loading a dishwasher at work that was on the floor and shouldn't have been? Or... Speaking of spine and not sitting straight, please posture check. I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean. We'll just let that one do this. There we go. A little bit of health. We can grab the condensed energy. Which one did we get? We got the cooldown time reduction one. This one let us absolutely obliterate mobs in large packs last time. Fights through the fear effect of my character. On top of that, you don't have a sing, so you do it with a hose pipe and clear. Oh god, that's, yeah, see, that's not the one. You take a slight sitting stance, so the sink's not stuff for the dishes. Yeah, it's always the worst bit. It's rough. Ooh. Zap. The lightning bolt did the damage. You can schedule those MRIs, but anyone a bit down with results don't match the pain. If the results of the MRI don't match the pain, I would normally ask to get a second MRI or to get a different set of imaging, because it might be that the impingement isn't being shown by the first MRI. Trust the level of pain you're feeling when it comes to nerves and get the doctor to double check just to make sure. Because don't let a doctor tell you that the amount of pain that you're feeling is wrong, because the pain is the important bit. That's why you're seeking treatment. Make sure you get a second opinion before letting them write you off, because I've had too many times where doctors think they know what's up and just don't want to take a closer look, as many people with back issues get. So sometimes the problem is elsewhere. Well, exactly. That's why you always get second opinions, always get follow-ups. Like, because what I'm hearing there is if they're saying the scan results don't match the pain you're feeling, what you're then saying is that you've got an undiagnosed level of pain. Something is causing that level of pain you're feeling, because the doctors have just told you that what's wrong in your back isn't the problem. So what is the problem? That's the issue. It's not that, oh, the back is there and you're just a wimp. That's not how that works. You were once told to put an old door under your bed to by a doctor. Back problems suck. Yeah, doctors really know what they're talking about when it comes to back problems. Right. Okay, there's no more ads. Take out this boss. There we go. Oh, mission complete. Finish a solo dungeon of every faction. Cool. Finny Magistra, Raven, Fang, Prioress, or Mistress of Demons. And a 5,000 chest isn't too bad. We've had better chests, we've had worse. You can't even sit up without pain, so confused. Prednisone is helping, though. If prednisone is helping, if I understand correctly, that would mean that the steroids are treating the inflammation in the back, which probably means that you have got a level of nerve impingement, but a doctor will know better. Steroids tend to reduce inflammation in that regard, as far as I understand it. So generally they'd give you prednisone, I think, try and alleviate inflammation and therefore alleviate pressure on your sciatic nerve, if that's what's causing the problem, if the problem's in your legs. That's where mine was. You lost feeling in your left leg and they MRI'd your spine and couldn't see anything, so read it on your lower spine and saw you had a bulging disc. Yeah. if you've got problems in your legs, they need to check the sciatic nerve in the L part of your back. It's called the L part of your back, or the lumbar. The L is taken from the fact that when it goes wrong, it's a real L for your body. That's why it's named the lumbar region, the L3, L4. That's what the L is for. Those of you who don't know. I'm just being ridiculous, don't worry. But no, yeah, spine issues are not ones to mess around with. Like, if you've got a problem, see a doctor, be persistent with the problem until it's solved. Like, if they are telling you that it doesn't, like, what the scan says doesn't match the pain you're feeling, what they need to be telling you what's causing the pain you're feeling, would be my understanding, right? Isn't that kind of the point? Ah, you've just imagined to it. It's just come to you in a dream. Healthcare in the US as well. You pay for it. Like, surely you can be a bit more demanding. Like, you can be like, no, I'd like to have more, you know, I'd like to have you actually do your job, please. Like, surely you can do that if you're paying them directly. Sometimes I think you're pushing for pain meds. Fair. To be fair, drug-seeking behavior is a thing, but ultimately you should... If you're pushing for an MRI and to understand the reason for the pain, that's the indicative behavior. Rather than asking for the pain meds, you're asking for the MRI to know what's wrong with you. There should be enough indicative behaviors in there that a good, dedicated doctor should recognize that you're not just looking for pain, you just want an answer. When you're dealing with spines, you're either seeking help, T-pose for frustration, or taking the L. There's no W's in spinal health. Exactly. Exactly, Charon. You may have been the reason how you start to use NVIDIA GPUs. At this point, sure, that's the least of the issues with the GPU market. Oh, that's that one. Wrong one, that's why. Do this. You have CFS, Vibrant F&D, we have no idea is the go-to phrase from doctors. Yeah. Never particularly, helpful. When a doctor says we have no idea. But as many of you know, I've had my own run-ins with doctors over the years, so... The kind of doctors who are like, ah, yes, there's no problem at all for you to take opiate painkillers and ADHD meds together. Those two don't interact. What are you talking about? Your best advice and experiences come from specialist sports medicine. Your hip wasn't hurt, it was a pinched nerve, one in the lumbar region. Yeah, well, exactly. Like the nerves in your back are basically like the roots of a tree, and like if anything goes wrong with them, the downline connection can have all kinds of strange impacts. Oh, that's been harvested. Your aunt was told she had constipation, it was the big C? Yeah, exactly. Like, if a doctor dismisses your concern, my general view is always get a second opinion. Because you'd rather that doctor was proved right than be proved wrong most of the time. Because it's your health that's on the line, you know? Like, the doctors wanted to sever my hamstrings when I was younger because they didn't know what the problems in my legs were being caused by. Turns out it was a problem in my spine, not my legs. And severing my hamstrings wouldn't have worked because I had a prolapsed L3 and L4 disc. Glad I got a second opinion, didn't let them just sever my hamstrings, because that would have sucked. ER gave you fentanyl one day? Oh god. Had imaging done, they did find something wrong with doctors. Tell me, doctors chose to tell you you were fine. Second doctor was horrified because you'd been losing distance, you were 15? What do you mean that the doctor chose to tell you you were fine? Were they actually aware, or did they just miss it? Because the The way you present that makes it sound like it was on purpose, but I can't imagine any doctor maintaining a medical license or a medical career and choosing not to tell a patient about a degenerative spine issue of some kind, for what it sounds like. That sounds like losing your medical license level shit to me, but like I said, I'm not a doctor. I don't know for certain. Just sounds a bit wild to even consider. The choose to not tell you? Then I need more story. Backstory. Wait, I see the joke with backstory. It wasn't intentional, but I'm gonna run with it. I do hear strange things about US healthcare, but then again, healthcare in the UK isn't exactly great. Many of you remember, someone brought up the rant the other day that I had of a friend of mine who, when going for endometriosis treatment, was asked to bring her boyfriend in, not even husband in, to make sure that he consented to her having endometriosis surgery because of the risk. And I'm like, it's none of his business. She's the one in pain. She's the one getting the surgery. Why are you asking him? Yeah, that was wild. Yeah. That one made me quite angry. That one stuck with me. That's like a year later, it's really stuck with me, yeah. That's just fundamentally wrong. If I have the DICOM files of my spine, it's easy to convert. I could 3D print a couple of models of my spine across the years. I don't think I want to do that. I don't know. I feel like having models of my own spine mocking me will be some kind of, like, you know, voodoo doll. What are we doing? What are we doing? I'm down. Group guild stuff. I can head back to town. That was a friend of mine in the UK, unfortunately, so I can't even blame that one on US healthcare. Yeah, that's one I'm aware of, Balthazar. Yeah, you're more... I think for me, like, I have a friend who was told that, because she was having really bad monthly issues, and, like, would have really, really bad... You're invited to an expedition, but too far? Okay, I need to move back to the starting region. Where was I going with this? Oh, yeah. She was having really, really bad kind of hormonal cycles, was having really, really bad times with the hormones, tried a bunch of different pills, the doctors, none of them had worked, they'd all had horrible side effects. And the doctor's last resort, this was basically, you know, probably not helped by the fact that the doctor was kind of 65, you know, in his 60s, you know, white, kind of balding kind of guy, probably didn't help all the impression. But when he turned to her and said, oh, well, you know, when you have a kid, your hormones should balance themselves out. Not what somebody wants to hear, like, just in general from a doctor, like, that's just a sweeping assumption, fine. Wild. So sometimes I consider the fact that doctors told me that I was faking my leg issues for 3 years when I was a teenager is kind of getting off lightly, you know? Yeah, with a magazine subscription. Yes, Fectious, exactly. Yeah, you know what's up. I'm really good at. See, the problem is that I kind of can. Like, it's just a level of casual disrespect that seems to be normal with healthcare. Like, a lot of the time, doctors seem to treat you differently because, I don't know, they know what you look like on the inside or something. It's kind of strange. You used to go to a sick note to get another sick note, that kind of thing. Exactly. You've heard a few women be told that one? Yeah, it's wild to me as a concept.
What's broken? Careful. You're welcome.
Okay, I've got the ads starting in 7 seconds. I'm going to nip to the bathroom and I will be right back. In that meantime, we'll be getting set up to go and run a dungeon by the looks of things. And we will be doing some group dungeon content, I think, with getting a few more people in over time. So in the meantime, during the break, obviously I'm pausing so you guys don't miss the content and miss the group stuff. We're just kind of meeting up in town at the moment, and then I will be getting going on that. Let's go and have a look and see what's on here. Awesome. I say there's some good songs coming up. It's my playlist. Of course I like the music that's on it. That's just kind of, well, duh, Kronos. That kind of makes sense. Kind of terrifying to be a woman in the US right now. I have a few friends, male or female, who are having a hard time in the US. I think it depends on where you are and how you see the world. Some people are having a hard time there. Some people are having less of one. It's just time to just remember to kind of be a bit more reasonable to people and try and be a bit more patient, I think. But I will be right back after the ads. Whoop. Welcome back, everybody. Apologies. I was petting the soft cat. Had a bit of cat scare. Say, kitty, eat your green bean plants. Yay for non-toxic. Oh, cats are great, right? Cats are awesome. Ready check. Okay. What are we doing? Five out of 5 players are ready. Let me join. Nah. Have to be near the agent? Okay, let me move back to the expedition person. I might also need to be off of my mount, so let's do that. Thank you very much, Balthazar. How are you doing? The characters get deleted after a few years of not being online? I don't believe so, Warm Voice, but I don't know for certain. I've not heard of any character deletion.
Adventure awaits. Another time, then.
I think Gregressi is having a problem. We'll give them a second. I wonder if I can hover heal. I can, nice. If I do this, and I do group, and I do...
We're done here. Albion needs you.
Oh, we've got a 3-minute cooldown? Okay, we have to wait 3 minutes. Okay, I'll chat with you guys for a second. Someone moving from Eastern Europe to Scotland and spending a load of time in hospital due to a long list of health issues. My experience with local medical care is great and I wouldn't change back. I totally agree there are loads of issues with the healthcare, but with contrast, hospitals in Eastern Europe is incredible. Oh, exactly. Especially if you're like dying or you're very unwell. Our health service here in the NHS in the UK is absolutely incredible. Like, you know, my greatest respect, especially to the nurses and the staff who make a lot out of not very much resource. They do a great job. I'm not saying our healthcare system is bad at all. I'm just saying it has its challenges. As with many types of healthcare system, the non-urgent stuff, the chronic conditions, the issues which are surface level or non-life critical are often, obviously by necessity and resource prioritization reasons, left somewhat alone. And as a result, you often end up with people who kind of fall through the cracks in those areas. And I think that's the nature of the system that we have, but it does make it a bit difficult. And I do think that people who are in that system who have been failed by it or had a negative experience do have a right to kind of have an issue with that. So while it is incredible, it's also to remember that it isn't perfect. I think our biggest challenge for our healthcare system is one, population increase and people being more aware of health conditions. Awareness of health conditions is definitely a thing. But if we are seeing that there are conditions which are so widespread as to be, you know, needing this increased level of support, maybe we should be looking to address those issues at the root rather than later in life. And by you know, for example, by defunding, you know, learning disability education at a younger age and support for, you know, kids who have additional needs, they're going to struggle more in later life as a result because they didn't get that increased care they might have needed at a younger level. So would investment of money into that program at a younger age have helped them? Yes. Is that money available necessarily? Not, definitely not necessarily. Every single government runs on a deficit. So, you know, it's a real challenging and very complicated issue that gets very heavily into politics and economics. So I'm not going to get too heavily into it.
For the king.
So the group 1 registers as a solo player. So how do I start a... Is it hardcore for full groups of 5? Oh, do I need a map? No group? What? Just this one? Just this one? Oh, just...
Huh.
It looked like it was solo queuing. I didn't know it would actually invite you guys as well. Do you all have to click in and register? Is that what you have to do? Okay, so I just wait. Okay, you're waiting for the others to approve? Nice, okay. Full support the NHS, even if they get it wrong. Well, exactly. That's why it's important to get a second opinion, because the people in the NHS are fallible. They're human. People make mistakes. People will always make mistakes. You can't hold that against them. It's important to kind of deal with that and work around it where you can. So that's why I say if you've got a medical decision that you're not happy with, get a second opinion. Worst case scenario is that it gets proved right. Hello, Phil. How are you doing, buddy? It's great to see you, dude.
Sellswords wanted. We never spoke.
There we go. Is someone in the party not accepting something? What's going on here? Yeah, it says here. Okay. It might be your band still? Okay. Good evening, Classic Buster. How are you doing? Good to see you. Good government, good local news. A casino was planned to open near you. New government vetoed it. Cool. You do tend to see a pickup of things like pubs, gambling establishments, etc. During economic fallback time. So times of hardship, you do tend to see more pop up. It does make sense. Strangely. Try it again and I'll read it carefully.
Adventure awaits. Another time, then.
Ten-minute ban. Okay. 1 minute left on the ban at 56, so we've got to wait for 5 minutes. Okay. Looking forward to the casino's rebranding. Take advantage of the prediction market bullshit. It's not a casino. It's a place to invest using your skills at Game of Chance. Oh god. Ah yes, my skills at Games of Chance. That's how Games of Chance work. What have we got here? We've got tier 5 dungeon here. 5 to 10. We'll just do the expedition in 5 minutes. I'll just gather some stuff in the meantime. I don't want to stand still just doing nothing for 5 more minutes. My brain wants resources, you see. The skill games argument is irritating. Do I need to blur out game chat or is it not cursed? I've only got party and guild chat turned on, so luckily those don't tend to be as deranged. I've already removed the ability to see global and all the universal channels by default. Because, you know, people are idiots inside of games. That said, I have seen active moderation inside of their chat. I've actually seen moderators telling people to move on from topics, etc., which is really, really good to see. A new fracking field to mine Bitcoin? No. 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 No, no internet. We don't need that today. Yeah, indeed, Aerolith. Yeah, exactly. That's what we want to see. We want to see actually moderated chats inside of MMOs. Like, if you're going to launch an MMO, you're going to make it available to everyone. Make sure the chat is moderated for everyone. AOC, cough, cough, cough. Breach. I just think that, like, in this day and age, you can't have unmoderated areas like that live. Like, if you want the game to be open to, for example, 13+, the game needs to be moderated to a 13+ degree. Otherwise, don't market your game as mature. Like, otherwise, you should market your game as mature. If you're not going to moderate your chat to the quality of someone where a 13+-year-old can play it, you shouldn't be having the game be playable by 13+. It's just basic. Like, it doesn't take like the huge brain of Britain to be like, actually, I feel like these children should be able to play the most gory shooters without any parental supervision. Why have mature if you're not going to use it? Even a mature game benefits from base moderation. Oh, exactly. I'm not saying mature games shouldn't be moderated. What I'm saying is that, like, if you are a game and you are marketing your game to be, you know, for teenagers, for 13+, then you have to make sure the chat is moderated to a 13+ degree as well. It's just basic common sense, and I don't know why that seems to have been forgotten in certain games. I'll spider my way back into base. Oh, not that way. Am I doing any quests or only gathering? So this game doesn't really have quests in the same way, Red Falcon. It's not got like a set storyline or anything like that. So there are goals you can do inside of the game on the Destiny board, but it's not like a quest-based game. That's not how Albion is set out. Isn't having good moderation really hard to implement? Not really. If you have a terms of service, enforce your terms of service. That's how to moderate. Achievements-based game? Yeah, well, basically, if you do stuff in the game, so for example, every time I'm gathering ore, I'm leveling up my ore miner skill, which means I get some passive bonuses here. As I harvest more and more ore, whoops, sorry, I've just thrown the map around a bit. Once I've harvested 140,000 fames worth of ore, I'll unlock a higher tier, so I'll be able to use tier 5 pickaxes, be able to harvest tier 6 materials. So everything in the game is unlocked through using it. So, like, we started off with mage weaponry, so we said I unlocked the staff. We've unlocked all of the staffs up to tier 3. I decided that I liked the priest archetype best, and so I've been specializing on holy combat staffs. So it's basically depending on what you want to do. I can be like, you know what, I'm going to switch out of holy combat staff specialist and do great holy staff, or I want to do Hallowfall combat specialist, or actually, you know, fuck yeah, I want to go into do a glacial stuff and switch to frost. The social sandbox MMO, but your skills are done by what you actually invest time in, which I really quite like. That's kind of neat. So I've actually done like no crafting at all, but I could do at some point. I've got a bunch of gathering skills quite high level. I'm the main gatherer so far in our guild group. Okay, so we should be good on time, but you can also do dungeons. So if I do this,
We're done
That should hopefully invite everyone in our group to join. Did all of you get the request? Oh, adept cells. Okay. Start. Ooh. 3P teleport. Horse armor looks cool. Yeah, the armored horses are pretty neat. But yeah, fully player-driven economy. I think beyond a couple of things you get is this right at the start. Tread carefully, Crush. This ground is soft and treacherous in this place. I'm just gonna minimize these. There's only 3 of us here so far, but I don't think we'll have to worry that much. I feel like Grogessi's just doing the hard carry here, but fine. Makes sense. My job is to keep Grogessi alive. That's basically my goal. And just keep Grogessi locked and just try and keep the rest of the group alive. That was pretty poor timing. Unfortunately, I could probably switch off a Divine Smite. Actually, let's do that. There we go. Now I've actually got healing. I'm not doing any damage now, but I've got proper healing. Nice. Okay. This is pretty rapid, to be honest. I'm enjoying this. We're not doing badly here. Get myself on the game. Jeez, just okay. What's this? It's a bit about losing time more team. Oh, it's just the normal. People looking to cause drama nowadays, Shade Silver. That. Grogessi. Get that blood back into your body. Oh, Bailey, you always arrive during the moment. Hello, Bailey. Hello. Hi. Press the wrong button there. It's really interesting seeing how everyone else's energy economy is going, because I'm not used to necessarily like running out of energy. I try and keep my energy, my spell casting resources up. I think it's just called energy, yeah. I feel like we're not done yet. Okay, hang on, let me pet the cat. Hello, baby boy. Hey. Sweet baby. You are. Yeah, hi. I think somebody wants some chimkin. What's up, Bailey Boops? What is it, huh? He's sitting and waiting for a human, I believe. This is Bailey, yeah. So this is my 16-year-old son. This is Bailey. Okay, he's wandering off. He's come to say hello. I think he wants some chicken, so he might go and bother a human for chicken, or he might just appear again in a second. We don't know. Energy regeneration, but my energy's at 100%. Like, why would I switch to energy regen? This is I'm staying stable on energy. I don't need to switch to energy. My energy is not the problem. It's everyone else in the parties. Why would I switch off of what I'm doing when I'm doing more healing? It's you guys that it's interesting seeing how you guys drop on energy. Nah. I'm good at energy. If it was a problem, I'd say. My issue is cooldowns, but that's just the nature of healing. That's always gonna be a problem. I could have infinite cooldowns. That would be nice. Healing, haha. Vector, don't stand in the AoEs. God damn it. Goddamn DPS. Okay, when I see the rest of the party and how much damage they do, it reminds me that I am actually a healer and my character does sweet FA in terms of everything. Okay, so that's the 8 veteran the veteran swordsman done. Spin to win. I like chat helps. I'm definitely a great healer. I love how much healer aggro I grab. That's great fun. Do this is going well. How's Albion dreaming? I'm actually really enjoying it. Like I said, I can see through the fantasy skin, and it reminds me of bits of Eve, and I do enjoy parts of that. I keep on wanting to try and do my smites, but they don't actually exist. I don't have smite anymore. I feel powerless and healerish. I feel like a real healer. No, I'm actually really enjoying Albion. Like, you know, the early game experience I've had is like gathering is good fun. It's all like the good bits of gathering from a bunch of other MMOs, and it all kind of feels quite satisfying. I felt like a genuine level of progression. I think my only issue has ever been, what do I want to do with my time? And like that's a a large proposition in any social sandbox game, but again, Albion just has a lot that one can do. You should go touch grass. Enjoy your garden time. Delchant. Okay, Delchant's making friends. Don't stand in the AoEs. Give Rogessi some health again. Oh, that's the nasty AoE. Nice, tier 4 group expedition cleared out. What is this? Oh, tier 2 veteran curse. No, okay, I'm fine without the shoes. I'm fine without the tier 2 shoes. Find things you set yourself. You set yourself tasks rather than getting given you tasks. Yeah, basically, like today, like I decided that I wanted to try. Like, yesterday, we tried to get to level 5 on all of the gathering skill, level 4 on all the gathering skills, so that we could actually use the we could get the tier 4 of everything, which was a good thing to do. So we can now just basically like harvest more money. Casual 20k silver for that? Not too bad, right?
Albion needs you.
Are we ready for it? I mean, everyone in the party's tier 4, I think. So... the additional bonus was... I mean, it's only 5,000 silver we get for each one. We could do T5. Average item power 500, actually, we could do this. Okay, we're all good on tier 6 stuff? Okay, sweet. Today, I wish to cook a fuck ton of fish. That's the kind of way you can play the game. It's a bit like Eve. Like, if you really wanted to in Eve, you could do absolutely anything you want to do. Like, you could just, like, one day you'd be like, you know what, I'm going back to high sec. Oh, Delchant left the party. It might be they traveled before, I don't know. Oh yeah, they're already here. Sweet. Ooh, sell items worth 2 million at the marketplace? Okay. Close these down. Okay, I've got Rogessi locked. Let's do this. Okay, well, the DPS have started. I mean, they are already rats, so they're not normally... Well, we're not hanging around, apparently. Ball closes in 1 hour, 58 minutes. I think we've probably got time. We've probably got time for you guys to do this. Ooh. That was the wrong food. I've not run in like a cohesive party. Good fun. I feel like I'm doing an okay job as a healer. Nice. Okay. Ooh. It's always nice when I watch a party member just get stolen from in front of us like that. It's kind of funny. Alright, I'm trying to keep an eye on the health bars of the party as well, so if I don't see something, please do let me know. Oh, let's Are you really fishing in the... Can you fish in the... Does it actually catch anything? You can't catch... Please tell me you can't catch something in that. I just hope that you can't catch fish in the sewer. I don't want sewer fish. You were just memeing? Okay, I wasn't sure if you could actually catch something in here. I feel like it's the kind of thing that devs would do. They'd hide like a super rare fish that you could only catch if you're memeing in a dungeon. Keep Del Chant alive. What's up this way? It's enemies. Nah, it's something you want to add. It makes sense. Like, why wouldn't you? You know, like I say, the devs' job is to hide loot from us, the players. But we paid for that loot by paying for the game. So it's our job to find that loot. It's for us. We deserve the loot. Well, let's not celebrate just yet. Del Chant's doing a pretty good job of taking damage. As is everyone in the party. Maybe I could actually get energy. It's the first time I felt my actual healing like stretched on that one. Was that a boss? Is that why that was difficult? Are these guys sponsored by Listerine? Probably are. But no, I'm actually really enjoying Albion. I'm really enjoying the sandbox MMO again. Like, you know, I've always enjoyed social sandbox MMOs. It's always been nice, you know. It always matters, kind of the group that you do a social sandbox with matters. That's why the social part is there. If you don't want to be social sandbox games probably aren't for you. It's just a whole thing. Do some damage. Loot, loot, loot. I mean, you have to loot all the enemies once you've killed them. That's important. I will be honest, it's nowhere near as complicated as Eve. Albion is nowhere near as complicated as Eve. I might actually have to put energy onto my weapons at some point. If we have really long engagements, that actually started to drain my energy down to a level 100. How horrifying. Oh wait, this is the boss. Oh no, mini-boss? Mini-boss. trying to make sure I manage the resources for a long fight, just in case. Don't stand the Listerine. Ah. Spectre and AoEs. That's Spectre's natural weakness is the AoE. The lingering effect AoE is Spectre's natural weakness. Nah, I'm back up at full. It's only the mini bosses that drain it. I could just, if I manage the resources more efficiently and more intelligently, I'll be fine. I just need to not just spam my abilities. I actually need to think about when I'm using them. I know, gross, right? Thinking about when I actually use my abilities. Couldn't be me. Sure, trying to keep everyone alive again. Nice. May your spines be luck blessed. May your spine be luck blessed every day. You don't want a day of an unlucky spine. It just takes one day. Like, you know, how many of you who've had back issues have just woken up one day and that's been when your spine was bad? Because when my spine last went, I just woke up. I slept funny, and my spine was like, "Yeah, we're gonna have a prolapse disc now. Good luck. Enjoy this for the next 6 to 8 weeks before you can even get a surgery date." Me? You mean you're not meant to spam the abilities? You can. I'll run out of resources pretty quick if I do that, you know? It's how you know that you're getting suitably old is, you know, when you start getting injuries from sleeping. It's always the fun one. You're like, how did you do that? Sleeping. Yep, sleeping. Nice, nice. I guess it's now the boss. We have 2.5 minutes until the ads. That's tough time to fight the boss, right? You go to spine out during a rugby match? Pretty common way of doing it, yep. Not funny, to be clear. No, it's never funny when it actually hurts. Or like when you actually get an injury, it's never fun. Oh, a veteran damned gas. He's gonna have more of the Listerine, isn't he? He's gonna have Listerine breath. Yep, don't stand the Listerine, that's a good rule. Keep that blood back in your body, Grogessi, please. Thank you. There we go. Tier 5 mission completed. Boss very much slain. That was the last of them. The history of Mr. Listerine is fascinating. Wig, the ads are going to be here in a minute, so I'm not going to be able to, you know, look up the history of Mr. Listerine in that time. But if you could tell us during the ads about Mr. Listerine, that would be kind of cool. That would be interesting. Now I'm curious about the ways of Mr. Listerine. Right. That was the 2 daily ones of those. Do we want to go do an overworld dungeon of some kind, level 4 of those? I mean, I have got the ads, and I'm going to go do my next set of stretches, so I'll be back after those ads do indeed start. Let me go refresh up. Well, we're on 105 points. Oh boy, have we have ticked over on randomized solo dungeons. Very nice. Mob camps in the mist. Roads of Avalon. Nightfall Abbey would be a good one to do. Right, I've got the ads to go through, so I will be right back. Thank you all for bearing with. Please unscrungle your spine, stand up, stretch your legs, etc. It's very important. And I will be back with you in a couple of minutes. I will, of course, continue to let the music play because it's very important. And we will go with the ads. Do this. See when they actually start, Twitch. When are we going to get the ads? Ooh. Be right back. Welcome back, everybody. How are we doing? Good to see you. Let me look at what the guild chat said. First of all, Mr. Lister helped stop post-operative infection. Kind of cool. Scatter! Scatter! Ah. Hello, Morris M. Saber. How are you doing? How do I do a ready check? I don't... Yes, I know how to do a ready check. Just here chilling. I'm doing all right, thank you, Morris. Oh yeah, we're playing Albion today, playing a little bit of MMO. Click on my avatar. Party leader passed inside? I don't know what you mean. Are we going to another one?
For the king.
Oh, okay, I'm not the party leader anymore.
Huh.
Oh,
Sellsword's one.
okay. Sellsword expedition?
We never spoke.
I think a tier 6 expedition is a separate thing in this. Or are expeditions even on this list? I don't actually know if we should really be doing these expeditions. They're not counting towards any of our progression. We'd be better off doing randomized group dungeons. Oh, I should press start. Yeah, that would help. Yeah, this is a waste of our time. So after we've done this, I'm not doing any more expeditions. We need to switch to doing mob camps if we're going to do stuff. There's group content that does count. We can do it that way. Unless it's underneath something else. Okay. Who are we waiting for? Vector hasn't readied up. Or hasn't joined. Here we go. Yeah, I can't harvest tier 6 stuff. Yeah, rando dungeons in zones are much better for tier 6 plus. Although... Where's our 5th member? Spectre AFK. Oh, you just logged out? It may take a while to get back. You'll probably miss this then. That was not great timing to log out. How did that happen? That was bad. Did the game disconnect you? Where's the cat? He is patrolling at this time of night. Yeah, so he's probably out and about having a bit of a sniff around. Game crashed? Makes sense. Yeah, something's happened. Okay, well apparently we've got a cat. We've got a random, so... Sorry, Spectre. The slot got filled by a random ad, apparently. As long as we're slow and careful with this, we should be fine. Ah, woo! I like that they have subtitles for their like howl, the whole howl thing. No, Respector, we'll get you back into the group once you're back in the game and we are doing the group dungeons. This will be a reasonably quick run through, one would hope, so we'll see how quickly we can do it. Make sure the blood stays inside of Regressi's body. That occasionally happens when you change zones. That's interesting. Is that a known bug, or is this just like some client instability? Or maybe even, like, timeout, I guess, maybe, of switching between zones? Although if the game fully crashes, that makes me feel like it's an install problem. Not a command here, and I don't like the Wii Hype bots, so you can be gone. Go. You think so? The crash is new, the logout is not? Interesting. Maybe do a reinstall or check the integrity of your game files at some point. Regressi, don't pull groups this large. Yeah, that was about the limit. You very nearly died there, Grogressi. I now need time for my resources. You're okay. What happened to reinstall? Fixed it? Yeah, reinstall is probably the best option there. Yeah, try a reinstall and see if that still is a problem. Yeah, it's the first one of those killed. .37 a second on that. Okay. I'd get for a tier 7 book, but I don't think I'm at that stage yet. When you've only got 3 healing abilities, you have to really, like, know when to make them work. It's definitely a challenge. You're liking Albion so far, you're coming up with a lack of a level because you want to know how strong you are. I guess the main way you can do that is by looking in your Destiny board and seeing where you're at with certain things. Like, the overall strength of being in this top tier, in this top line, is indicative of roughly where you're at. So, like, Master Adventurer, your overall goal, that's like tier 6, tier 7, then tier 8 right at the top here. That should give you a rough idea of how much fame you've got. Okay. Okay, Gregressi, next time I say, please can you wait for me to get back resources, I need you to wait for my resources to actually be full, because I don't know if we can do this. I can't heal I can't heal anyone else apart from you right now. So yeah, now actually wait for my resources to regenerate, please. I'm way ahead of you. I mean, that's because I've redeemed a bunch of the tomes and stuff, and I've been doing a bunch of gathering stuff as well, so don't take mine as indicative. I was just playing on my phone at the weekend while I was waiting for doctors, etc. So not a great example or combination there. But yeah, that's roughly a level. I mean, you can look. I think you can by inspecting someone else, for example, you can see roughly where they're at in terms of their not that one. You can click on someone's name and you can look at, like, their total fame and, like, how much they've done like this. There we go, okay. Okay. This. You've returned and run a check and repair. Did it reinstall any files? Nice, that's much better pull that way. Turning the bowman away from the party seems to do a good job. Nice. A small repair, so it might have been a corrupted file of some kind. That's the issue with installs these days, is like it can be any kind of small issue that just gets exacerbated by system instability over time. Even like a missing texture can cause a big problem. Okay, nice. We're doing better now. Healing. If this guy continues to do nothing, can we vote kick him or something? Because the dude is just auto-attacking and getting a full carry through this and not doing any abilities. Hello, Shanarhawk. Hello, Samheim. How are you doing? Not bad. Time for a long day, Hostel. I hope that you are doing okay with your long day and you recover from it soon. Hostel's always an interesting one. How much time do you get the max level this game? The max level isn't really a thing. It's not like you hit level 200 and you're done. Is arcane stuff? Oh, okay. Half the time he's just not doing any damage. Hi, Bailey. Yeah. Meow. I know. Hi, Bailey. Hi. Hello. Okay, we're doing click targeted healing at this point because of the cat. There we go. With one enemy left, that's a lot easier to deal with. Hello. Hi, sweet baby. Veteran veteran obsessed enforcer. I mean, okay, wild. Hi, have you come to sit alongside me? Is that your plan? DPS race right there in there because I've run out of mana. Hello. Hi. I just switched my weapon over, B. Do this. If we're getting that low on energy, we need to be saving it. Hi. Yeah? Who's a good cat? Hello, sweet little fella. What's up, little guy? Oh, yeah. Okay, what, you rubbing your face on different parts of the room? Is that the plan? Okay. DPS cleric. Oh, hello. Okay, you're switching to this one. He is indeed the large cat. Yeah, hi. Hello. Hi. I was putting the heating on for your bed. Meow. Hi. Okay, I'll let you have a clen. How about that? I should probably not stand in the AoE. Healers should not stand in AoEs. That's where the DPS sits. That's the spot for the DPS, obviously. I should stop standing in the AoE again. One more? Hello, are you having a clean with your foot in the air? Is that the plan? You love his head markings? Standing in the AoE is my job. Why are you standing there? I know, I apologize for taking your job. Ah, Streamer bathing on stream, not until Twitch. I know, we had to be in a hot tubs and bathing category instead, because he's having a bath. Okay, are we moving further in? Try and keep the tank alive. Do that. Okay. Well, that was kind of wild. Do we have to clear the edges of this room? I believe we do. The Mend Wound spell on chest also removes MP, but can only be used out of combat. I'll think about it. I do like having that R for a damage reflect in a pinch. It's very useful. It's basically the only thing that kept me alive in one of the really difficult fights we had earlier when I got hit by an AoE at the same time as trying to do a bunch of healing. So I take it on board. If I run out of healing, if I run out of energy more and the switching to auto attack stuff hasn't worked, then I will switch that one for regen at the end of each one. But realistically, that's just about saving time, because if you're out of combat anyway, you are going to regenerate energy faster. So I don't think it's as good as an actual, like, use it in an emergency ability rather than just a time saver. This ability keeps on spooning me out. I keep on getting real confused by it. It's very confusing at times. What? Nope. Do this. Okay, keep clearing this room out. Is that the plan? It's a good shout. The men wound. No, no. Not trying to eviscerate the entire party with the that spell. Anyone question here, you don't have to get specific amounts, but can you share what the average pay range of the pirate software mods? Just curious how much people pay mods. Who've done it? That's a question for Thor and the remaining moderators. I'm not going to talk about their salaries. That's not my business. But that doesn't sound very, very gentlemanly. Where's everyone else gone? What's an odd question? Who've done it? What's your salary? Like... a very odd thing to ask out the blue on Twitch. Don't worry, my man. Del-chan. Let's get that blood back in your body. It's that spin. That's the dangerous part. We don't want to be around for the spin to win. Exactly, Balth. Exactly. Euro 9 bridge. Very good. Nice for you. Ooh. Gorgessi, there we go, health. And this. I think that's taken out one of the enemies, leaving us with just one left. Veteran Obsessed Knight. Like I said, any questions about that, you should probably go and ask them directly. It's not the way I'm doing this. Ooh. Oh no, that was unpleasant. Okay. That was the last mini boss, I think, in this room. Oh no, we've got an Obsessed Raven, Obsessed Magistra, and an Obsessed Fang to kill. Raven, Knight, Magistra, Fang. Oh boy. Wait for Azoro to regen resources. Every time we kill one of the goth summoners, you apologize to Mango. Del-chan, no. Well, I'm all for open discussions about salaries. It's something to talk about with said people directly, and if they're open to it, disclosing others' salaries is not okay. Most places, even legally so. Exactly, Diesel, yeah. You've been curious to know, knowing you set up a business to employ people, asking in chat is wild. I know, Space Bear. Like... What a weird question. Who've done it? Exactly, Chanel Hawk. That's such an odd concept. Azoria, if you read party chat. In the UK, where it's not illegal to share salaries, it's not illegal, but people don't want to talk about it. I've said I don't want to talk. You've said you're going to stop 3 times, bud, so you should stop. We are all right, thank you, 8-Bit Mako. He is indeed very snuggly. You're allergic to cats? So was I. I'm allergic to cats as well. Start with the Raven. Not really, Hoob. That's... what a weird question again. Ah, yes. Having a cat that's come to sleep next to me is the same as having ferrets. That's... You are, yeah. Yeah.
Time to prove your worth.
Okay, so it's the knight first, then I'm guessing? Trying to keep Gorgesti's health up.
Too weak.
Sorry, chat, I'm very much locked in on the healing. Nice, that was well done. Good job as a group. You wish you could bring your cat to work? Probably wouldn't go well. I mean, B won't go in a car. He just refuses to drive. He's not a drive suitable cat. He apparently is not a big fan of a drive. He apparently gets very concerned and basically agitated inside of like a car and moving around, so apparently he gets really upset. So that's why I get a mobile vet to come out to visit him. What class type is needed for groups? Whatever you enjoy, Aerolith. We've got healers, we've got tanks, we've got DPSs. Find what you enjoy if you're going to try the game out. I don't want you to force yourself into a gameplay experience that you're not going to enjoy because you think you're meeting some kind of party need or a group need. At the end of the day, find what you find fun inside of the game and go from there more than anything. Because, like, ultimately, like, I quite like the healer gameplay, but it's not for everyone. It's definitely not for everyone. I know that. Your cat is sulking because she couldn't get to her biscuits, but she flipped her biscuit bowl over. That sounds like a cat. Is this soloable? Yeah, Shinahawk. If you want to play solo, a lot of the gameplay is, but I would say that it's a social sandbox, so a lot of the end game gameplay is designed for guilds, I think, but I don't know for certain. Great part of working from home is cat is here too. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, it's important. It's just nice, and I like that I can be here for him and, you know, just kind of chill. You were always put off by the end game of Albion. It is fun to watch though. If you don't mind me asking, Obfirm, what specifically about the end game didn't you enjoy? Because I've obviously not gotten to the end game yet, and I would really like to understand what it was that's put people off. Because ultimately, I see a very specific view of the end game, and I don't really get that much. A lot of people who've come to join me are newer players who are trying the game out. That's alright, Gracie, no problem. If I have anything really urgent, I can type it. You haven't played Albion in so long, so, Silver Atsuki. I've never played Albion before, so I have just basically come in to Albion kind of fresh off of the bat. Primogen, Raid WW2, I don't know. Doug, like, what, we just saying streamer names now? Wild. If you're looking for Google or the search bar, this is the wrong place on your screen, unfortunately. I can see why you get confused between chat window and search bar. Very different. During 2020? Okay. The only reason you were still working from home is because of that. You got promoted and signed a contract to be no travel. That makes sense. Yeah, a lot of people did that during 2020. Quartermaster Flynn, I would guess that. Yeah, it certainly seems that way. Any game release you're looking forward to? Yes, I'm looking forward to Enshrouded's full release, Pal World's full release. I'm looking forward to seeing the next stage of Dune Awakening. I'm looking for... There's a bunch of different games on the list. There's a lot of, like, survival crafting games that I'm kind of big into. I'm looking forward to seeing where Road to Vostok develops. That's a game made by a solo dev in... Godot, which is a really cool engine that, like, you wouldn't expect to see a first-person Tarkov-like shooter being made from it. But they've actually done really, really well with it, so we really enjoyed Road to Vostok. I sound like Pirate Software Reason. I don't sound like this. What are you talking about? No, I'm also British, so, like, I don't know what you're talking about, bud. It's about as far away as it gets. In fact, I am somewhat insulted that you think that I sound like an American. Hello, Little Ham. How are you doing, buddy? Good to see you. I love the wave emote. You're hoping the June update with the PvE Deep Desert comes soon? Same. I think that ultimately that's what's left for the game. Yeah, Gregesi and Gilchat makes a really good point. The big difference with Albion is that you can understand the game pretty early on, just off the bat. Unlike Eve, which has a huge learning curve, I would say Albion is a lot more forgiving. You love PvP, not MMOs, and you force through that in Albion endgame? No hate, completely fair. And if we are pushed into doing PvP, that would probably inform my choice onto, you know, doing more of the game. But I've not found that I've been too heavily pushed into PvP. I've been kind of enjoying the game. I've not even had to engage in the PvP aspects of the game. The most PvP I've seen is somebody PvPing next to me. I was like, oh, hello, you seem to be PvPing. I'm going to leave and take this iron with me. I think just choosing what to do is my challenge inside of Albion. There's just so much that one can do. I'm just very interested to see where it ends up. You're curious to see how the new start systems in Eve are going to be? They keep on redoing the new start systems in Eve, like... It's still a challenge to get started in the game. That's always the problem with Eve. Like, it's not a forgiving game. There's a huge amount to, I guess I can do, exclamation point Crucible, Delchant. Exclamation point to Crucible for that. You like the PvE, personally? PvP sometimes makes you too mad? I just think that, yeah, people care a lot about PvP in games, and, like, sometimes they can take it a little bit too far. It's a whole thing. Where are we at on the Crucible leaderboard? Let's have a refresh. We are at 105 points. We're doing very well on the gathering side. That's where 90 of our 105 points come from. So I think if we're doing these randomized group dungeons, T4 and 5, you like when teamwork comes together to defeat a powerful foe. That's like, it's like, you know, doing a good raid, like doing a good kind of Like a really good PvE dungeon. Going to PvP so far, most time they use an excuse just be nasty. I think it depends on the game. I think that ultimately this game seems to have a moderated chat. I was quite pleased to see moderators actually inside of the global chat on my first day, like kind of keeping the conversation flowing, keeping people dealt with, which was great to see because that's obviously what's needed. Got tier 5 dungeon in this one. I don't think all of the group dungeons are marked on the map, so we might have to, like, find one like this. But I don't know for certain. I don't know if it's going to bring the party with me. It brought Spectre with me. It is indeed the spider mount. Okay, so it didn't bring... I say we all need to be in a group together to do it. We can buy maps, or we can just find this one for now. Like, this one works. So if you guys travel here, surely you can join us, right? Well, you've only got 90 seconds. It was quite close. You go north. Oh, it's not on the right. Basically, the 9 o'clock exit. One of me exit. Okay, for Spectre, if you stay in here, I will exit this dungeon. We are here. Really not very far away from the entrance at all. Yeah, we are northwest of the town. So if you go the northwest exit out of town, you should be able to make your way across to us pretty quick. Okay, so we're going to see Delchant. We just need to get Azoria with us. You've not played Albion since it came out? I've never played Albion before, so when they reached out and were like, hey, do you want to take part in the Crucible event as a new player and see what the early game of the game is like and kind of how it goes? I was like, cool, yeah, I'm down for giving it a go. Azoria is on their way. Delchan and I had the same brain cell while we were waiting there. We were both at the same time, we're like, attack, attack, yes. Am I Spider-Man? I might be Spider-Man. You don't know. I am British. Spider-Man is now British, it seems. We go into the group dungeon. Then we should be good to get started on this. Here we go. We've got a group dungeon. Didn't give you a heal. Wait, why? Wait, hold up. Why am I getting resisted friendly cannot aid hostile? Hold up, I can't heal anyone. What was going on there? Why could I not heal you? What is flagged? I don't understand what being flagged is. Let me deflag for faction war. Who've done it? If they're related to your previous ones, probably not, no. Okay, now can I... Yeah, now I can heal Progressively, that's good. Ooh, faction warfare flagging. Prevents non-flagged healers from healing flagged players. It makes sense. Otherwise, it will be a bit of a cheat. Entrance dungeon is closed. No more players can come in. Oh, the flag bug. The Ashes one was worse when healers just would start randomly doing damage to their people in their party. I do, yes, obfirm. Yeah, the normal command. What's some underrated British food, in your opinion? The chicken tikka masala. Everyone memes on the British food because they don't think we have any of our own food, but we just kind of adapt the cultures of other places. So, like, we took Indian food and we're like, ah, yes, the chicken tikka masala, which is, I think it's the national dish of England. It's like the most ordered food, like, in the country. So, a good old chicken tikka masala is my recommendation to most people. Make sure that you, if you come to the UK, try one out, because it's not really Indian food, it's British Indian food. Because it was created in, I think, Manchester? Tikka masala pizza is your favourite? Can't believe a classic fish and chips with curry sauce. A Parmo. No, I was not paying attention. Why is that not casting? What's going on? Helps when I pay attention, right? Sorry, I got distracted by looking at chat and the cat. Cat got me monologuing. Can't believe it. You got me monologuing. That's The Incredibles. Wake up the cat? No. And if you suggest such a thing again, you will be yeeted from the nearest window and immediately defenestrated. We wake B for nothing. He is the cutest bebba. Also, it's the only time I get peace and quiet. When he's asleep. Nope. Don't want to stand in that. I realize that the tank symbol probably isn't the one I want to do for that. They can finish it off. I believe in them. They can dodge all the AoEs. Maybe they can't dodge all the AoEs. Yeah, I'm clear in 15 seconds. Oh, they've reset it. Zoria, you can hold on. Ah. Are they not resetting? Is it bugged in some way? Probably have used my safe up ability when I was taking that damage. There we go. That's much better. Yeah, so I pause for ads here because I had to go and do my physio stretches, grab myself a snack, look after myself long term. So that I give a countdown warning for ads so that people know they don't miss content. Hello, Casimir Zenimo. How are you doing? You don't see ads? That's because they haven't started yet. Twitch doesn't immediately start them. You walked for 12 kilometers in the searing Indian heat. Your legs are like jello. Jeez. Right, I'll be right back. Whoop. Hello, hello. I am back. Sorry about that. Took me a second. Oh, I think Regressi got disconnected. It exited? Oh no. Okay, I think we're tankless. We might be able to try doing this with 4 people though. With the 4 of us, I think Delchant becomes the tank because Delchant is melee. Okay. That's all right, Greg. I see it happens. We'll see if we can make this work. It's a fun challenge mode. The challenge is keeping aggro, because it looks like all of the DPS are grabbing Vectors, don't. If you run away from me, I can't heal you. Yeah, okay, so it's the aggro and taunting skills that we lack. That's going to be the challenge. Oh. I mean, we don't know how far away from the end boss we are, but we should be very careful on pulls. One, like, the minimal enemies at a time, Delchant. Okay, AoE's off then. Nice, that went surprisingly well. Hey, there we go. Mission complete, gain 100,000 fame while in a party. That's nice. Hello, Zafaroth. How are you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Let's hope it's not a multi-tiered dungeon. Let's just hope we can complete it with 4 of us. You couldn't see Iron Lung as your final semi-exam. Ooh. Bring it back. The Backrooms movie to me just kind of seems like a really odd one. Like it's just kind of, I don't know if I just don't understand the premise or something. Maybe just me being dumb. Cultist first again. And just be careful about the lava trail on the big guy. Already mind pulling all the extra ads. Ooh, unmet Ozkin. I thought Delchan just pulled all the extra ads, to be honest with you. I'm surprised he didn't. Just to get some energy back. Keep Delchant alive. Apparently the Exit 8 movie was good. I mean, I heard positive things about a few movies. Like Project Hail Mary was supposedly pretty alright as a film. Nice. He's the best streamer. He knows exactly what's up. He's only the best. Morgana Knight must be slain. What do I mean? Look at him. He's adorable, that's what I mean. He's a sleepy little bubba. You want to do a horror game marathon and see Exit 8, Iron Lung, and Backrooms movies? Oh, what, so like a game movies marathon? Wish you could get paid for sleeping? There's probably certain jobs, but I don't think it's in the same way you want it. It'll be sleeping in like lab conditions and stuff. It's never going to be as good as you might want it to be for getting paid to sleep. We should probably regenerate resources just before we fight the boss. Bit worried about Azoria's mana. We should get paid for watching movies. Again, I think it's like you'd have to do it with something else. Like just watching the films itself, it's a leisure activity. Getting paid for leisure activities is It changes it. Like even streaming, you don't really play a game in the same way when you're streaming. I'll be honest with you. I don't get to get into a game the same level of like in-depth immersion in a game when I'm streaming it versus when I do when I'm actually just playing it solo. Like that's just because I had to constantly, I'm getting up and thinking about taking breaks more. I'm thinking about chat more. It's a different focus. And it's the same thing with watching films, you know, as a job, whatever. It's not quite the same as, you know, just watching films at the time. It would be like doing reviews, for example. Okay, this guy has 27,000 health, so this could be a long fight. Just trying to keep Delchant alive. Nice. Managing to ice prison there right at the end kind of saved me there. Oh, we did actually manage to defeat that dungeon. It was a bit tight there at the end. Bailey blocking the whole fight. I apologize. That's, to be honest, you got the better content out of it. He's the real feature. There we go. Nice. Not bad. That should be 5 points. You committed the DPS check. Used to be a thing you could turn on or off that would warn you when leaving a dungeon. I think that mine warned me earlier. Ooh, we've got a guild. For Lord Bailey. I want to accept it. I need to accept it for Lord Bailey. There we go. Letter, guild, accept. There you go. Thank you very much. Welcome on in. For Lord B, indeed. Okay, well... Okay, are you waking up, good sir? Did we say that we had, like, ones that we were going to use in town with maps? Hello, Bramble Moon? Oh, are you rolling over? Is that the plan? Okay. You can join party again? You can, yes. Invite party. If I made a more liberal wage than what I do now, you take it for sure. Even watching bad movies would be fun. I mean, you'd probably have to review them or subtitle them or caption them. I think that's what would be most normal, and I would expect if you wanted a role where you were actually doing that as a job. Your keyboard hates you? That's you should just maybe you should go to like a one-on-one couples therapy with your keyboard. If it hates you that much, you could probably work on that. Ooh, beginner's bag of silver. Grandmaster's hardened bowl. Piece of an ancient and powerful weapon. It can be used to craft Grandmaster's bloodletter of the same tier, or salvaged into Grandmaster's runes. Okay, that's just kind of a tier 7 weapon piece. Beginner's Tome of Insight. We'll use all of these. It is indeed a cat to flatten them. Fox, how are you doing? It's good to see you. I'm actually really enjoying Albion Mind Split. Yeah, I was a little bit worried about getting into first because I've always kind of thought of it as kind of like you played Albion or you played Eve, and I was worried that Albion would be as complex as Eve Online was, which I played for a long time and still didn't play everything inside of that game. I'm not an expert by any means. So to come into Albion, actually, where it's a lot easier to get started in Albion than it is in Eve. I'm going to be really honest, just as an overall approach. And I've had a lot of fun with it. I've been really enjoying the gathering. If I look at our guild management, someone pointed this out to me. Apparently I need to cool down with the gathering. Apparently I've got a problem. I just like harvesting resources. It's just the British way. I can't help it. I can't help myself. You're an expert in Eve. Should I play Eve? No. All you need to know. There you go. That's how you know you're an expert in Eve. Yeah, true. Very true. So yeah, we're taking part in the Crucible event for Albion. So our guild is working together to work on these points that you can definitely see all of. Things like completing a randomized group dungeon. Well, if I refresh this now, we should, hopefully, at some point have 4 completions on a randomized group dungeon, because that's what we just did. And 4 members of the guild who completed that. And then we can work through. So we've been doing a lot of gathering. Gathering has been our most successful area, where 100 of our 115 points are. If I think you have gathering problems, check your crafting fame. Crafting fame doesn't count. So I know that your crafting fame is high. I've seen it already, but it doesn't count. Not the same. A lot of crafting fame. PvE fame is pretty high as well. Oh, Pan's been bossing it. Very impressive. I'm doing PvP? No, no one's on PvP so far. Silver balance contributed. It makes sense I've dropped the most in there. Tax contributions. Yeah, sounds about right as well. I like that we've also got a very granular rights management system. It's very, very nice. Orbus Maximus, thank you so much for the Prime sub, buddy. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Welcome on in. Those of you who have a Prime sub and don't use it, you need to remember that you should. You're contractually obliged that, that sub by Amazon each month. And if you don't use it, Jeff Bezos takes that money and puts it into his diamond statue on the moon fund. You don't want Jeff Bezos to get a statue on the moon. You don't need that. Like, he doesn't need that. He'll use it to shine it in through billionaires' windows. Like, that's just... Don't allow the billionaire moon statue arms race to continue. Spend your Prime subs. Just do it. Spend your Prime subs. Very important. Throw some crappy gear and go to the black zones. Rewards are way better than safe zones. It might be something that we try and do next week on our second week mind split. It's not something that I've done so far, but we've seemed to have kind of got the hang of some of the kind of the yellow zone stuff. We might try out red zones and other things later this week. It's going to be something that we do. I would like to try out the black zones before I'm done with the game, if that makes sense. Big Ailarus, no moon statues. Thank you so much, dude, for the Prime for 4 months. Man, I really appreciate you, dude. Just run some crappy gear. What? When you say crappy gear mind split, do you mean like what? Like tier 3, tier 2, tier 4? Because I know full well as soon as I counter a player, I'm just going to get like my teeth punched in. T4? I mean, I can afford a set of tier 4 gear. That's very, very manageable. That's not a problem at all. One second. You can easily afford it? Oh yeah, I can definitely afford it. Like, if I go and do one of my like big mining runs, I'll come back with like 500k's worth of like iron and stuff, so I can just go and do like a phone mobile mining run at some point, later this week, and just make the money for it. I mean, what am I on? I've got 800k in silver right now, so I'm kind of doing okay. I could probably afford to just chuck on a set of tier 4 gear and yeet myself into a safe zone. Let's do this. Let's stack all, sort all. Yeah, the guild tab is indeed the one on the island. Yeah, our guild island is it's not amazing, but you can craft up to tier 4 reasonably cheaply on it. We can continue working on. I don't necessarily know what to prioritize. We've just got the journeyman, no, the like the laborers to start leveling up, and like they've got like a bed and stuff. So I've sent mine away for a day. We can get some more trophies and stuff for it, but at the moment, I'm just trying to learn how this works. We've got ore and stone for that. Other than that, we've got most of these at level 4, nearly level 5. We just need the 300 tier 5 stone. I just need to go and buy granite stone. Like, it's quite cheap to do. 300, 300. Those guys are unique to the location they're placed in, I believe. So for us, they're for the guild. I don't know. Go up and talk to them. See what you can do. I'm not an expert in how that interacts for everyone. 4.1 to 4.2 is what you go with. 4.2 is basically the same as using tier 6 gear. I would just go with my tier 6 gear at that point. Like, surely that would make more sense, right? I don't mean buy. Always do that. Crafting, refined resources, stone block, and we want to go tier 5. Usually 4.2 is better. Oh, that's interesting.
Come again.
Switch to my mount.
Buying or selling? Made a profit?
Yep, I had to switch to the cow. If your name is pronounced Kronos, wouldn't that mean you're just Chrono? Well, only if there's one of me, yes. That's why there's the number placed out. You're shifting from UK to the UK from India to your masters. Very cool. If you don't mind me asking, what's your masters going to be in? Catch you later, Delchan. Thank you very much for being here, bud. I appreciate you. Let's go back to the just Crow. I live like the movie Multiplicity.
Offshore.
Go travel back and go and level up those buildings again so people can make up to tier 5. He's gotten real comfy or stretched out there. You can see, look at how upset B is. He's very clearly deeply upset. Hello, Fox in your biscuit tin. How are you doing? It's lovely to see you as always. Here we go. Add 300 of this. Go into this. As long as it's not primer. Damn movie required a map to navigate. Luckily they created one. Yeah, it's nice that they created one. Oh yeah, B's incensed. Yeah, he's deeply unhappy, you can tell. He's very, very upset and concerned. So now people should be able to craft up to tier 5 gear in our guild island. Yeah, that's what we can do, yeah. So people can now craft up to tier 5 gear at the guild.
Good luck.
Let's go and see this one. Click on the upgrade. I mean, I can queue the upgrade. It's worth us working on over time, sure.
Need something?
Normally, it just means that I just need to go make some money and just come back and earn some more gold. But I don't know how many people we've got crafting tier 6 stuff.
No problem, a meteor can't solve. Farewell.
Oh yeah, he's deeply irate. Look at him. Oh, he's so upset. Look at those murder mittens. We are on the Americas server here, Mindsplit. Just so that we can get most of the community all together on the same server. That's another 900 of that stone for this. How much was... 1,200 rough wood. Okay, jeez. Yes, we are indeed playing on the America server. Thank you, Nellis, for that command. Can just grab the logs from here. Then point out to tier 3, say tier 4 or 5, you start going to a city with a good bonus for crafting what you want. Yeah, that's fair. I'm just running it so that people have the option to do it. I'll probably stop at this tier. People can add to it. I probably won't buy the blocks for this. If people have them lying around, we'll probably use them, but... Master Sprite, he's had Chimkin twice already today. He can't just have infinite chicken. That's not fair. I mean, it is. He wouldn't complain. Yeah, I'm really enjoying Albion. The fact that there's like Xbox launch, I can play it on my phone, I can play it on my PC. It's a bunch of different options. I like that. That gives me like a bit of flexibility. Like I said, I was sitting in the hospital waiting to speak to the doctor, and I was like, oh, I can just kind of sit and wait. While I was waiting for the inevitable endless NHS wait to speak to someone, managed to do a bunch of farming. It was great fun. Did you hear about the Steam Proton ARM version? Did not hear about. I think I'm going to buy an Odin. I did not hear about an ARM version. The vet may pull a mirror if you give him all the chimkin. The vet's very happy with his health the way it is. I don't want to make him too chubs. He wouldn't complain about being chubs, but the vet wouldn't. I've only just got him down to the right weight. We don't want to cause him to be overloaded or overweight. Not at 16 years old. He needs to be healthy and happy, and he's got so much more energy now than he did a couple of years ago. So I'm happier with that he's the right weight that the vet says. He's got the right diet that the vet says, and I don't have to worry about it. I'm not going to just give him endless chicken. How much does he weigh? He's now 4.2 kilograms. He was 6.3 at one point, which was that's when he moved in with me. He was 6.3 because he was being fed by everyone in the neighborhood, like 4 or 5 different houses. And he was being fed kitten food, which is a very different blend and different like food composition of protein compared to that for senior cats, because senior cats need to have more protein in their diet. He was a bit, oh lord, he come in before, but he's definitely a bit better now. He's still got his, his primordial pouch. But that's just because he's a good boy. Sweet little sleepy cat. Yeah, so when a cat gets beyond about 7 to kind of 8 years old, they start counting as like a senior cat, and generally their diet changes. Your guy's a solid 6.5 kilograms. It depends on the size of your cat, but the vet will know what weight your cat should be. Like, B's not a Maine Coon. A Maine Coon is going to be heavier because they're just a far larger cat breed. Like, you can't say that all cats should be the same weight. Like, we go, cat was 1.2 before she passed. She could just be a little bubba. The other cat that adopted me many, many years ago in the old house, she was only 1.9 kilograms, I think she was. She was a 5 or 6 year old, just completely black cat. B knows he's a chubster. He doesn't need to be told that. Like, that's one of those things. He's just a little bubba. Hi, yeah, you know that I'm talking about you, don't you? Hello, yeah, look at you, sweet boy. Oh, hello. Hello. Maine Coons are huge. I mean, yeah, Maine Coons are just long. They're incredibly long. They're also really strong. Their front paws, the muscles in their front legs are incredibly powerful. Yeah, hi. Yeah, you're just a baby boy, aren't you? Like I say, he's 16 years old, so I'd basically try and minimize the amount of kind of change or stress that he goes through, and that's basically what most of my life is, really. It's just screaming, looking after him. So, are you wanting a cuddle on the sofa? Is that what you're saying? Is it cuddle on the sofa time? Look at him. He's like, yes, where's my chicken? Where is the chicken and the cuddles on the sofa? It is the time. Well, I demand it, human. I demand it. He is a very, very sweet boy. Your neighbor's daughter has a Maine Coon. My god, he's a bloody panther, but really friendly with your cat dog. Our Maine Coons are also real smart. Like, they can be real, like, real good problem solvers. So they want to try and get somewhere, Maine Coons. It's fascinating. Oh, you want to go and have a snack? Okay. Oh, no, you want me to follow you? Okay. Oh, look at this. Okay, you want the floop? Baby boy. Horrible. Sorry, sometimes I get distracted by how cute the cat is. He's just my son. I can't help it. He's just so adorable, chat. He's just so adorable. Okay, chat. It's I've only been live for 5.25 hours, so a very short stream for me, but it is 9 PM and B wants a cuddle on the sofa. So I'm actually going to call it here. We are going to raid a very, very good friend of mine, Jojoy. So she's playing Windrose. As many of you know, I'm really excited for Windrose. We will be back tomorrow with Windrose and also with some more Albion if you are interested. Thank you all for stopping by today. I do very, very much appreciate you guys. You are all awesome. Thank you for all the follows, thank you for hanging out, and I will hopefully see you tomorrow for Windrose, for more Albion, and hopefully for more Bailey. So thank you all for being here. Have an absolutely lovely evening. Have a good Wednesday, and a great rest of your week if I don't see you before then. Oh, Joy is ending? Oh, okay. Hang on, I won't send you to Joy then if Joy is ending. Thank you for letting me know, Zidane. Joy and Tizzy already ended? Well, I won't be raiding them then. Who else have we got? Well, we won't be raiding Windrose then. Oh, in that case, I can raid. Here we go. In that case, another game that I'm meaning to try out and play at some point. I'm going to raid a good friend of mine called How to Be Quiet. Maybe many of you will have seen the raids where we've gone and raided BBQ before. He's playing Kerbal Space Program, a game that I've actually not played. But with all the recent interest in the Artemis space program, very fun. Also very chaotic. So we will be back tomorrow, as I've said, with Windrose. Go and enjoy some Kerbal space program. I'll give you a raid message. We'll go with the raid message of To the Moon. Here we go. This will be the raid message. Thank you very much for letting me know, Zidane. You are a legend. I appreciate all of you. Thank you all very much for being here. You've been playing... Oh, that's a long time, Peter. Yeah, you've been playing since the early days of it. Thank you all very much for being here. Enjoy the raid. Thank you all so much and have an absolutely lovely evening. Please take care of yourself and I will see you all soon. Bye-bye.